5 minutes from Ranking Member Nunes. We expect both sides to defer frequently to their chief counsel, much as we saw from what we read in the transcript. Now, we do know we expect Democrats to lay out the case that there was a shadow policy being run by the president's personal attorney, Rudy Giuliani, but we do not know exactly what the Republicans will do in this hearing. They have, of course, complained about an unfair process.
Fox's Griff Jenkins at the Capitol. President Trump insists he did nothing wrong and his call with Ukraine's leader was perfect. Republican Congressman Steve Scalise says there's nothing impeachable here.
Ukraine got the money. There was no quid pro quo. And Zelensky himself thought that it was a very appreciative call.
Not long after the hearing starts, President Trump will welcome Turkey's leader to the White House ahead of President Erdogan's visit, though.
A bipartisan group of 17 House lawmakers sent a letter to the White House urging President Trump to disinvite his Turkish counterpart, citing Turkey's invasion of northern Syria last month and Turkey's purchase of the Russian-made S-400 missile system.
Fox's John Decker. It's up to 18 dead in Gaza as Israeli airstrikes continue, killing more militants 2 days after Israel took out a senior Islamic Jihad commander. The Palestinians keep firing rockets over the border. Most have been shot down. In Afghanistan, a car bomb went off during the morning commute in the capital, Kabul, killing at least 7 people, wounding even more. America's listening to Fox News.
Skies are cloudy. 14 degrees at 5:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Threatened unseasonably record-type cold has not settled on Chicago as of yet. However, things clear off a bit. We could see temperatures dip down near the record of 6 above. O'Hare only reached 17 yesterday, which smashed the previous day record of 28, set back in 1995. A broken heating system would not keep students out of classroom at one of Chicago's high schools yesterday, in spite of the cold. Officials at Kenwood Academy didn't cancel classes as crews repaired the issue. Students, teachers, and staff kept warm by bundling up in the winter, hats, gloves, and scarves. The heat was restored just before the school day ended and is expected to be warm today. An elderly man is dead following a house fire in Bensonville. The blaze broke out yesterday in the basement of a tri-level home on Church Road near the White Pines Golf Course. The victim was confined to bed, most likely died from injuries before fire crews were called. An 11-year-old boy is in critical condition following a blaze on Chicago's south side. Mattress caught fire last night in the bedroom of a home near 54th and Hermitage. A Chicago man who already has served time for a 1991 murder could be headed back to trial. Demetrius Johnson had his conviction overturned and was granted a new trial yesterday. Cook County prosecutors intend on trying him on other allegations, despite allegations by defense attorneys of misconduct by an ex-Chicago police detective, Reynaldo Gravera, tied to his case. Chicago police are investigating a deadly crash on the far south side. Authorities say a man was driving a Chevy Cobalt early this morning when he lost control and slammed into an electrical box and pole near 136th and Torrance. Mayor Lori Lightfoot went to Springfield hat in hand, and that hat may be coming back to Chicago empty. So now Mayor Lightfoot is not ruling out a property tax hike unless Chicago gets a big assist from state lawmakers.
I can't take property taxes entirely off the table, but we're working tirelessly both here and also in Chicago to avoid a substantial property tax increase.
The mayor was in Springfield yesterday trying to find help on legislation aimed at eventually shoring up Chicago's troubled finances. Mayor is seeking revamped tax rates for a Chicago casino and the power to hike taxes on expensive real estate deals. However, she left Springfield without a deal in place on either of those issues. 5:04 on AM 560, The Answer, and a man is suing a Schaumburg hotel after he says he contracted Legionnaire's disease at the Northwest Suburban Hotel in August. A lawsuit filed last month claims management by American by Wyndham Hotel were negligent and allowed unsafe conditions to exist in the swimming pool and hot tub and properly filter the water in August. The Illinois Senate has passed a bill that would permanently keep the state on daylight savings time. U.S. Congress would ultimately need to step in, though, and exempt Illinois from a 1966 law regulating time or Congress could also change or repeal that law. Even if the bill goes to the House, where it faces wider opposition and is signed by the governor, Congress would still have to step in for the bill to take hold. Kobe White, 27, including a franchise record 7 threes in the final quarter. Bulls beat the Knicks 120-102 at the United Center.
I just got hot, I guess. I seen my first one fall, and I had been shooting it bad. So, it was good to see that first one fall. Then I just got into a good rhythm.
Blackhawks visit the Golden Knights tonight. College hoops, Notre Dame cruising past Howard. Northern Illinois knocked off by Iowa State. Loyola fell to Coppin State. Boy, they are celebrating in Evansville, Indiana this morning. If you're a Purple Aces fan, wear the purple today. Number 1 ranked Kentucky Wildcats are reeling after losing to Evansville at Rupp Arena 67-64 last night. The news service of InvisibleFence.com. Let Invisible Fence brand be your second set of hands this holiday season. Their indoor shield units can do just that, creating an invisible boundary to keep pets off furniture, countertops, even out of entire rooms. Visit InvisibleFence.com to learn more. InvisibleFence.com. 5:07, and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager always looks at things from a different angle.
I was speaking to my producer, and he asked the question, will Americans tire of the left's hysterias? I think that when you have hysteria that is national and mass, and it is, of course, repeated constantly, it has an impact.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
This Thanksgiving, think outside the oven with a brand new grill from the Ace Thanks Grilling event this Saturday, November 16th from 11 to 2. Head to your local Ace for great deals, giveaways, and turkey grilling demos, showcasing our top brands like Traeger, Weber, Big Green Egg, and more. Plus, get free assembly and delivery on grills $3.99 and up. Don't miss the Thanks Grilling event this Saturday from 11 to 2 at your local Ace. See participating stores for scheduling or exclusions. Free assembly and delivery for Ace Rewards members valid through December 24th.
Ace is the place with the helpful hardware, folks.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company presents and Doug.
Where's the money, Karen?
I'm sorry, the money?
The money you saved by having Liberty Mutual customize your home insurance, so you only pay for what you need.
Oh, that money. I used it to add to my collection of clown paintings. Take a look.
Amazing. Wow.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Transferring paper files to digital used to be complicated and expensive. Data and document capture had many IT layers involved. It was expensive, time-consuming, and labor-intensive. Not anymore, thanks to the Alaris Infuse Smart Connected Scanning Solution from Kodak Alaris and IDT. The Alaris Infuse solution makes data and document capture easy, and it's powered by Capsys Capture Online. Within a matter of minutes, you'll be able to accurately and reliably onboard content with instant notification of data issues, making the entire capture process smarter and more efficient. IDT can show you how to onboard content and make point-of-origin capture simple with the Alaris Infuse solution.
Relieve the burden of managing and maintaining business systems with IDT, helping your business keep pace with the evolution of information production and management. Set up a consultation today. Visit ready4idt.com. That's ready, the number 4, IDT.com. Or call 877-SCAN-IDT. IDT, putting paper in its place.
Get your truly free credit scores and free credit monitoring from Credit Karma today. Download the Credit Karma app now. Credit Karma. Here's to progress.
.509 in the AM 560 Traffic Center. The latest now with Jim Talamonte.
South side, there's a rollover crash at 136th and Torrance with some activity still at the scene there. Inbound Eisenhower at Austin on and off ramps are closed, but should open shortly. The inbound Ike ramp to the outbound Ryan is blocked. That too is about to reopen. Kennedy outbound at Fullerton, there was a collision. That's gone. Traffic moves well right now. The area expressways and tollways. Traffic starts to kick into gear for morning rush. There's road work on outbound I-57, Cal-Sag Channel to Sibley in the left lane. There's morning work on the Tri-State, St. Charles to North Avenue. Right lane closed there until 6 o'clock. That's traffic. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answers starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center and our meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Clouds and cold for today, the high 28. It'll be cloudy tonight, a bit of snow accumulating up to an inch. Low tonight at 23. Partial sun tomorrow, the high 32. And then sunny Friday, the high at 36. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
13 at O'Hare, 14 along Chicago's lakefront, 13 in Aurora. Next news, 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts next on AM 560, The Answer.
Stop wasting energy. There's a better way. Your company could be receiving energy efficiency incentives by recycling waste heat from on-site power generation equipment and turning it into useful energy. The federal government is pushing utility companies to be more efficient. In turn, utility companies are offering incentives for your business. Charles Equipment can help get you up and running with cogeneration, also known as CHP, Combined Heat and Power, a clean and efficient way to generate heat and power. CHP systems can supply at least a portion of a building's electrical load and capture waste heat from hot exhaust gases for use in heating, cooling, hot water, and dehumidification. Charles Equipment can install and manage the cogen equipment at your facility and help your energy use become 70 to 90% more efficient. Start making better, more energy efficient decisions and save money in the process. Call Charles Equipment 630-834-6000 or online at charlesequipment.com. Reliable industrial generators. They've got the power.
If you're self-employed and purchase your own health insurance, I have some good news. From now until December 15th, you cannot be denied coverage based on a pre-existing condition, and depending on your income, you may find a more affordable plan. And this year, thanks to President Trump, if you're healthy and your income is too high to qualify for a subsidy, there is a new and competitive non-Obamacare marketplace where premiums are much lower and the PPO networks include access to our teaching hospitals in Chicago. Employers who provide small group coverage also have new options, and so do seniors looking for Medicare supplement coverage. Call me, I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Obamacare, then you need a local expert on your side. Your own health insurance mentor. See Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com as someone I know and trust. He's a 20-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for 7 years. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551.
Is your child falling behind academically? Is he overwhelmed, distracted, or unable to focus? Does your daughter lack confidence? It's not too late to consider the outstanding education and preparation for life that St. John's Northwestern Military Academy offers. For 135 years, St. John's Northwestern has prepared teens for college and beyond within a safe, secure, and structured environment, free from distractions and optimal for learning. St. John's Northwestern attracts teens grades 7 through 12 who are capable of achieving more, but need guidance and encouragement to get there. They inspire personal growth through a commitment to academic, spiritual, and character development, athletics, and a strong foundation essential for critical thinking and decision-making. St. John's Northwestern is in the beautiful Lake Country region of southeast Wisconsin, within driving distance of Chicago. Get more info at 1-800-SJ-CADET, 1-800-SJ-CADET, or online at sjnma.org. That's sjnma.org. St. John's Northwestern Military Academy. Leadership lives here. Risk. How much are you willing to take with your business's computer and network system? Did you know, as of January 14th, 2020, Windows 7 will no longer be supported by Microsoft? That means no more security patches, no more updates, creating a huge security threat for your business if you don't have Windows 10 safely installed on your computers. Turnkey IT can help. If you've waited to update your network and computers to Windows 10, there's still time, but not much. Contact Turnkey IT as soon as possible to help make a smooth transition and not be vulnerable to security risks and viruses that will be able to attack your old Windows installations. Turnkey can also make sure all your hardware is up to the task of the more powerful Windows 10 operating system. And for a limited time, trade in your old Windows 7 PC and get $100 towards the purchase of a new Windows 10 Pro PC. The time to act is now. Support for Windows 7 is ending.
Leave the technical stuff to the pros so you can focus on the important things. Visit turnkey.pro today. Turnkey.pro.
Hey, it's Mike Gallagher here. You've heard me talk for years about all the problems I have with trying to eat right. I have formed a partnership with an amazing American success story, Seattle Sutton's Healthy Eating. They've been shipping me delicious portion-controlled meals. They're fresh. They're never frozen. Seattle Sutton's Healthy Eating, operated by a wonderful dietitian nutritionist. It's like having my own personal chef. And it's saving me a lot of time shopping and stopping off for food. Breakfast, lunch, dinner. Over 90 million meals have been served the past 33 years by Seattle Sutton's Healthy Eating. No gimmicks, no fads, no BS, just delicious, clean, healthy meals shipped directly to your home twice a week. Contact them today and get started. Tell them Mike Gallagher sent you and you'll get a special discount. Call Seattle Sutton's Healthy Eating, 800-442-3438. Call 800-442-3438 or go to seattlesutton.com. That's seattlesutton.com.
Travel your way with the Apple Vacation Super Sale. With more destinations, more relaxation, and more fun, Apple Vacations puts affordable prices and unbeatable value right at your fingertips. It's all included: flights, hotels, meals, drinks, and ground transportation in one convenient package price. With up to 60% off and instant savings up to $600 at participating resorts. Voted Best Destination by Apple Vacationers, Puerto Vallarta and Riviera Nayarit offer sparkling blue waters, long sandy beaches, and a culture and history as rich as the cuisine. Discover Puerto Vallarta and Riviera Nayarit, where stunning treasures await you. Call Carey Travel Express at 847-639-3300 or visit CareyTravelExpress.com to book your Apple vacation today. Savings valid at participating resorts on select dates from January through April 2020. Restrictions apply.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Retire Chicago. Tune in Saturday mornings at 8 to Retire Chicago with John McNamara of McNamara Capital.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. What do they call this in journalism? Oh, the day two story of a particular topic or event. The day two story. Well, here's the day two story of Northwestern, my alma mater, Guy Benson's alma mater. Guy Benson, friend of the show, surprised to learn that Northwestern is an embarrassment. Still clinging to the false allegiance to the alma mater is Guy Benson. But he's now learned that it's an embarrassment. He so tweeted about it. Here's the thing.
A lot of journalists did from all over the country. This is a national story, and they still don't realize the magnitude of what they did and the stupidity.
So the Daily Northwestern, as we talked about yesterday, issued an editorial, the daily newspaper on campus, apologizing for covering Jeff Sessions' speech on campus the other week because it was unsafe to some student activists. Just the mere, obviously the presence of Jeff Sessions is terribly unsafe.
Oh, yes.
And then the coverage of that appearance just compounded the lack of safety for all of the gentle and the fragile intellects matriculating at Northwestern University, one of our great schools, we're told.
And this is one of the incidents that was happening. Jeff Sessions was speaking, and you could hear people chanting and protesting and banging on the door outside. Okay, this is what happened.
There's a little excitement out there, carrying on their free speech rights in America.
So the photographers were taking pictures of the students that were outside protesting his event. And they were so stunned that student reporters, actually used the Northwestern directory to call them to get a quote because they identified them through the pictures. And that was too much for these dainty flowers.
The nature of journalism is such sometimes, and it will offend people from time to time. So I feel that the way that they went about it, perhaps it was warranting an apology.
I thought it was good that they apologized. You know, I'm like a student, so I can relate with students not wanting to, portray themselves in the wrong way.
Well, then don't go to the protest if you're worried about your identity being leaked.
These are all student reporters, and they're learning and they're making mistakes.
These are some of the best and brightest. Some of the best and brightest that believe the First Amendment should be amended to prohibit speech they disagree with. Best and the brightest.
Yep.
I mean, this is a university that I'm apologize for attending. Actually, I don't, because it was great training for me to be on inside enemy lines. So I actually enjoyed it from that perspective. But in terms of the intellectual rigor, in terms of the return on investment, in terms of the social status that's conferred on Northwestern graduates, that's all bull jive. Total bull jive. Ridiculous. And you hear it, and you're seeing it in this story. And stories before this. Sex Toy University, as it's more accurately called.
Oh, that's right.
Unionizing the football team. I could go on down the recent annals of Northwestern history, which I shared with my friend Guy Benson. Virtually every time Northwestern has been in the news, not excluding things happening on a sports field, but not solely, it's been an embarrassment. It's been an embarrassment to Quacumse sunt vara. You know what that is? That's the motto of Northwestern University. Of course, it's high-minded in Latin. Whatsoever things are true. Is that what Northwestern practices? Is that what the administration and the great professorate, generally speaking, practices? Whatsoever things are true? Hardly. Tucker Carlson picked up this story yesterday and basically did the same segment on it we did many hours prior, except we did it better, including mentioning Harvard, which we mentioned. Harvard also, the student paper at Harvard, the Crimson, being excoriated for daring to acknowledge ICE's existence when reporting on immigration-related issues, daring to get a comment from any ICE official, because that's platforming ISIS. That's platforming ICE, and to Harvard students, ICE might as well be ISIS. But you hear from Tucker because he's high profile, so he's smarter. This is Tucker on what's happening on campus.
And so for generations, there was bipartisan consensus about this. In fact, liberals were among the most stalwart defenders of the First Amendment, and good for them. But then the left took control of this country's institutions. Liberals became the establishment they had once opposed. And suddenly, free speech seemed like a challenge to the highly profitable existing order, the one they were getting so rich from.
Indeed, that is a good summation of what's happened on campus in part. And then Tucker on Northwestern specifically.
On campuses, many students aren't waiting for Congress to act. They've decided to impose censorship right now. Watch, for example, kids at the purportedly impressive Northwestern University try to ban Jeff Sessions from speaking out loud.
No justice, no peace. Apologize, CE. No justice, no peace. Apologize, CE. No justice, no peace. Apologize, CE. Jesus Christ! What the f***?
Yeah, that's Northwestern. It's funny, if you're a middle-aged parent and you're at dinner parties with other middle-aged parents and they're talking about bragging, really, about what schools their kids get into. Oh, well, he got into, Cody got into Northwestern. It's really the Harvard of the Middle West. And you think, yeah, it's probably pretty impressive, right? No, that's actually what it looks like. It's not impressive at all. It's pathetic. Northwestern, by the way, is home to what they claim is a prestigious journalism school. And yet the student newspaper there apologized for daring to cover the Jeff Sessions event. The newspaper did. Quote, "Nothing is more important than ensuring that our fellow students feel safe," the editors later explained, as if reporting was somehow a threat to student safety.
Yeah, the paper expressed remorse for taking photos that some students found re-traumatizing.
And so,
how dare they call me on the phone?
A former Attorney General of the United States, with whom you disagree, speaking on campus, that's a traumatic event for students.
I don't understand.
They're going to be very well prepared for actual traumas in life, aren't they?
Oh my God! I hope they don't get sent to war, because we're screwed.
Charles Whitaker, the head of the Medill School of Journalism.
Yeah. Oh, has he spoken?
He issued a statement.
Oh, I can't wait. Let me hear it.
This has been in pertinent part. First of all, he defended reporting on the event, which is, boy, that's heroic. that it was indeed legitimate to report on a former attorney general speaking on campus. Wow. Oh, Charles, yes. Woo!
I bet he does. I bet he loses his job today, but okay, go on.
It's an extensive statement in which he also provides aid and comfort to the Daily Northwestern staff.
Oh.
This has been a difficult time for the students studying journalism at Medill. Has it?
Oh, please.
That's trying times. These are the times that try men's souls at Northwestern. They've been under attack for merely doing what we encourage journalists to do, ask questions, write stories that illuminate the Northwestern Evanston experience for anyone who might be interested in our community. Thankfully, that's fewer and fewer, Charles. Have they made mistakes? Most assuredly. They're students learning the craft.
Oh, please.
But I firmly maintain our students do not act with malice or forethought. By and large, they want to do the right thing and reflect the community accurately. Of course they do. They're just trying to make the world a better place, right, Charles? So to our student activists, I say let's have a dialogue about what journalism is and what you might expect when you hold a protest in a public setting. And to the swarm of alums and journalists who are outraged about the daily editorial and have been equally rancorous in their condemnation of our students on social media, I say give the young people a break.
Oh, please.
I know you feel that you were made of sterner stuff and you would have the fortitude and courage of your conviction to fend off the campus critics, but you're not living with them through the firestorm. Facing the brutal onslaught of venom and hostility that has been directed their way on weaponized social media. Don't make judgments about them, no. Or their metal until you walked in their shoes. What they need is at this moment is our support and the encouragement to stay the course.
What is he talking?
Stay the course and continue to apologize for covering events on campus
That are in public spaces, and asking someone if they want to be interviewed is not an invasion of privacy, sir. This is not, you don't have to run to a safe space because a student reporter calls you.
Listen.
That's called journalism 101.
Listen to this, the
Is
rhetoric
there more?
from
Because
this.
I'm going to get sick. Where's the barf bucket?
Listen to this, though. You think you're made of sterner stuff, but you don't know. Walk a mile in their shoes. What they need is our support and encouragement. So they don't need what they need is a break, not a backbone, is what he's saying. Is that what you think is going to get them through the tough times? Always asking for a break and emotional support from some fictional community? It's a remarkable statement. Forget the dum-dums at the Daily Northwestern. This is the head of the Medill School of Journalism. One of the most prestigious journalism schools in the country, so we're told.
Yeah.
This is the incubator for so many of those journalists, in quotation marks, that you'll see acting as political operatives and hysterics on cable news channels and the D.C. outlets in the very near term. In fact, one of them, I understand, is already contributes to the Sun-Times. Of course he does.
Oh, yeah.
That's about the equivalent of the Daily Northwestern, just in Chicago. Mary Kay in Western Springs, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, Dan. Hi, Amy. I'm just wondering, how can you get these kids? Are you a Medill graduate, Dan?
I am not. No, I studied
You're
something
not? Okay.
real, like economics.
Right, good
Yeah.
for you. My sister went to Northwestern. She did graduate from Medill. She did nothing with that journalism degree and decided to go into education. Now she works at the University of Vermont, which is even more liberal.
Catamounts.
Yeah, very. But you know what? She understands it now. She's come around. She says that they're ridiculous, that they cater to snowflakes. They put up all sorts of crazy protests and stuff out there. And she is very liberal, but she understands things now. We're in our 50s. We're starting to get it. I've been getting it a long time. But how do you get these kids to understand this stuff earlier and earlier? I mean, what do we have to do to make, college graduates, people in their 30s and 40s understand, can't we take away their programs? Can't we stop giving them insurance at 26 or whatever till they're 26 and get them to understand what happens to their money and their tax dollars? I mean, why can't we
I
go
wish
back?
we could go back.
Thanks for the call.
Trust me, that's what
Thanks
made
for the
me
call,
grow
Mary
up
Kay.
and move out when I knew I didn't have insurance and I had to go on COBRA for $300 a month. It's like, well, go get a job. and then you go get a job. But now they're being coddled till they're 26, so they don't need to get a job for health insurance because mommy and daddy can pay for it.
We'll tackle Mary Kay's question and ask you to answer this one. If Northwestern was free, would you send your kid there? It's a little bit more complicated answer than you may think at first blush, I think, at 5:38.
But now let's head straight into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Clouds and 14 degrees at 5:30 on AM 560. The Answer, and the unseasonable cold continues. O'Hare reaching only a high of 17 yesterday, smashing the previous record of 28 set back in 1995. A broken heating system will not keep students out of the classroom at one of Chicago's high schools. Despite the record-breaking cold, officials at Kenwood Academy didn't cancel classes yesterday as crews repaired the heating issue. Students just bundled up along with teachers and staff. The heat is restored. School will go on as scheduled today. Congressional Democrats are urging the Supreme Court to preserve DACA, the Obama-era policy that protects dreamers. But the High Court heard oral arguments yesterday on President Trump's attempt to repeal the policy and asked questions that bordered on forcing, according to Illinois Senator Dick Durbin, maybe replacing DACA.
He said that they were no longer young and angels. You are looking at some of the most determined and courageous people in the United States of America.
The senator from Illinois also defending DACA recipients, saying Congress must pass bipartisan legislation that protects dreamers. The House impeachment inquiry into President Trump enters a new phase this morning. Fox's Jared Halpern is on Capitol Hill.
Top U.S. diplomat in Ukraine Bill Taylor and Deputy Assistant Secretary of State George Kent both answered questions in closed-door depositions last month. In both, career diplomats linked a White House visit for Ukraine's president and U.S. security aid for Ukraine to a public announcement of investigations of potential political rivals like former Vice President Joe Biden and his son. Democrats say the two witnesses provide a critical timeline of events. Republicans are expected to question credibility and how much of their information is firsthand. On Capitol Hill, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
The House Intelligence Committee will hold the first public hearing in the ongoing investigation. Hong Kong authorities warning the city's on the brink of breakdown because of anti-government protesters. Schools, transportation, and many businesses are shuttered. Venice is dealing with the aftermath of the highest tide in more than a half century. The high waters peaked at 6 feet yesterday, flooding the famous Italian city of canals. An elderly man is dead following a house fire in Bensonville. The blaze broke out yesterday in a tri-level home on Church Road near the White Pines Golf Course. An 11-year-old Chicago boy is in critical condition following a blaze overnight on the south side near 54th and Hermitage. And a man is suing a Schaumburg hotel after contracting Legionnaire's disease at the Northwest Suburban Hotel in August. Bulls beat the Knicks 120-102 at the UC. College hoops, Notre Dame cruised past Howard. Northern Illinois knocked off by Iowa State. Loyola fell to Coppin State. And the number one ranked Kentucky Wildcats reeling after an early home season loss to Evansville, 67-64. The news, a service of InvisibleFence.com. Let Invisible Fence brand be your second set of hands this holiday season. Their indoor shield units can do just that by creating an invisible boundary to keep pets off furniture, countertops, even out of entire rooms. Visit InvisibleFence.com to learn more. InvisibleFence.com. 5:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer. Sean Hannity is beginning to get angry.
It is getting really, really, really difficult to hold back what is just an anger that I have at what the mob and the media and the Democrats, they are so detached from any objective truth, honesty, and common sense reason. They're void of all of it.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, this is Amy Jacobson. Let's be honest. Most people were not taught how to invest in school. No one will ever care about your financial future as much as you do. So now is the time to start learning how education could help you take better control of your financial future. from now on. A strong economy is the best time, folks, to prepare for a bad one. So I signed up and attended my own free class at the Lombard campus, and you should too. You'll be introduced to skills to take control of your financial future. Heck, I even know 2 people who left their day job, and now they trade online every day. That's their main job. And if you're like me, you've probably wondered, why does Wall Street seem to win so consistently? How can I do more than just buy and hold? Is there a path to help me take better control of my financial future? And most importantly, learn how to spend less time worrying about life and more time living it. As a lender in investing and trading education, Online Trading Academy teaches people just like you a step-by-step process designed to help you make the right moves in the financial markets. You'll discover common investor mistakes, learn about risk management skills, and how to develop a personal income and wealth education plan. Take classes right here in the Chicago area or in an online classroom from the comfort and convenience of your home. Students have given Online Trading Academy a 94% satisfaction rating based on more than 190,000 reviews. Seats are limited, my friends, so sign up now for a free introductory trading and investing class by calling this number, 844-778-7132, or online at otaclass.com. That's a free class right here in Chicago, 844-778-7132, or otaclass.com. You'll even receive the Professional Insider's Kit just for attending, 844-778-7132, or at otaclass.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
Help! Seriously, I am too young for hair loss.
My hairline keeps creeping back. Receding?
I've got this bald spot. It's thinning everywhere.
I'm gonna have to give up and shave it.
Dude, put down the razor, because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration expert, is about to give you your real hair back permanently. Don't ignore the signs of hair loss. Bosley is giving away an absolutely free information kit that reveals all the signs, and a free gift card to anyone who texts SECRET to 85850. Bosley will show you for free how great your hair could look. Using the latest technology, Bosley's solution to hair loss is permanent and protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Plus, since Bosley has new non-surgical options, you owe it to yourself to text now for an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off, no matter what level of hair loss you have. Text SECRET to 85850. That's SECRET to 85850.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war among the major term life companies. Rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, a man age 45 non-tobacco user, $1 million of coverage, $75 per month level rate for the next 10 years. Or a man age 50 non-tobacco can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of only $110 per month, guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. That's right, level rate guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Termbusters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote at 1-800-569-5440. That's 1-800-569-5440. You're probably paying more than you should. Call Termbusters, 1-800-569-5440, or visit our website at termbusters.net. Remember, 1-800-569-5440. Rates and availability may vary by state. Sample rate quotes based on preferred non-tobacco underwriting. Exam required to qualify.
539 AM 560 Traffic Center time. Jim Telemonte.
Southwest side of Chicago, fire crews are staging at 35th in California. There's a blaze in the 3500 block of South Francisco. Eden's traffic moves well. No delays to report on the Kennedy, the Eyes, and Howard yet. Inbound Stevenson's getting a little bit congested now from Cicero and Kedzie. Inbound Ryan still okay. Outbound it's wide open. No delays to report on I-57. Inbound Bishop Ford Freeway traffic's tight. Cottage Grove to the merge. Looking at a 1 or 2 minute delay at least. Tri-State Tollway northbound. There's road work in the right lane. St. Charles to North Avenue. Farther north there is work. Between Lake Cook and Deerfield Road, there's some southbound work there too. No problems reported in northwest Indiana. Traffic. I'm Jim Telemonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. Cloudy, very cold, high 28. Cloudy, cold, bit of snow up to 1 inch overnight, low 23. Partial sunshine tomorrow, high 32. 13 at O'Hare. Next news at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
More of Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy comes your way now. And make sure to join me, Sebastian Gorka, tonight at 10, only on AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, the question, if you could send your kid for free, would you send him or her to Northwestern? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 646-36DA, turnkey.pro text line. Seems like a no-brainer, right? $250,000, $275,000
like,
education for free, one of the top 10 universities in the country.
It's like winning the lotto.
Is it?
Well, a scratch off, yeah. 270,000. That's I don't know. That's a big chunk of change.
Mike Rowe has a book out. Mike Rowe, Dirty Jobs, Discovery Channel.
Oh yeah.
My favorite show was not Dirty Jobs. Dirty Jobs is good.
What's better than Dirty Jobs?
I like the crab boats.
Oh, that's right.
Deadliest Catch. Mike Rowe on what we've done over the last couple of generations to distort for young people their path to success in life.
Here we have, 7 million unfilled jobs in our country. Are we just not training people for these jobs? Is that the problem here?
It's not just that. It's that we have unintendedly maligned an entire section of our workforce by promoting one form of education, in my opinion, at the expense of all of the other forms. 40 years ago, college needed a PR campaign. We needed more people to get into higher education. But when we gave the big push for college back in the 70s, we did it at the expense of alternative education. In other words, we told people, if you don't get your degree, you're going to wind up turning a wrench. That attitude led to the removal of shop classes across the country. And the removal of shop classes completely obliterated from view the optical and visual proof of opportunity for a whole generation of kids. The skills gap today, in my opinion, is a result of the removal of shop class and the repeated message that the best path for the most people happens to be the most expensive path. Right. This is why, in my opinion, we have $1.6 trillion of student loans on the books, 7.3 million open positions, most of which don't require a four-year degree. We're just disconnected. We're rewarding behavior we should be discouraging. We're lending money we don't have to kids who are never going to be able to pay it back to train them for jobs that don't exist anymore. That's nuts.
And that's our reality.
And the removal of shop class forced Amy Jacobson into the dead-end career of journalism.
I know. I mean, I took auto shop in high school. It was one of the best things I could ever do, honestly.
You should be turning a wrench at a GM plant.
Rosie the Riveter.
Yeah.
312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. 64636, type in DA, then a quick comment.
Dan in Libertyville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hello, and thanks for taking my call. I absolutely would not send my kids to Northwestern. I might as well send them to communist Cuba. They're going to get indoctrinated and come out of there thinking like Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren.
Thanks for the call, Dan. Tom in Deer Park.
Yeah, good morning. I remember reading somewhere, I don't remember where I read it, but the author was saying that he had encountered students that graduated Medill that had no idea who Mike Reiko was. So at any rate, over the course of a few years, I had the opportunity to meet two students. One had 2 degrees from Medill and actually was doing an interview with me. It was about a different topic. And I remembered that, and I gently, worked it into the conversation. This graduate student of Medill had no idea, she was younger, obviously, had no idea who Mike Reiko was. And I didn't chide her or anything, but I just got to thinking, it's not the student's fault that she would know that, but that's a administration and faculty issue, in my opinion. How the hell do you go to school in Evanston and not know who Mike Reiko is?
Yeah, thanks for the call, Tom. Boy, I mean, Royko, yeah. I mean, obviously a lot of people come from
around the country to go to Northwestern, but also equally obvious is that a lot of people around the country know who Mike Royko was. But here's the thing. Mike Royko is a good start. Ask them if they've ever heard of Shakespeare
Right.
or Faulkner or Steinbeck. Go down the pantheon of Vonnegut. Go down the pantheon of great authors and journalists and artists and see how much they know. Philosophers, see how much they know. See if they can provide any philosophical construct from any direction. Bentham to Kant, any philosophical construct for how to think about human existence, to think about civil society. Political books on political economy, the great theorizers in that space, from Aristotle forward.
And did you learn that at Northwestern or in high school?
The point is that
or on your own.
The point is the liberal arts education. I mean, there's a place for higher education. There always will be, and there should be. I'm not opposed to higher education. I mean, it's not this. The criticism of higher education, and this is the way that the left tries to set up straw men, doesn't lead one to say, oh, everybody, you're just going to, follow Mike Rowe's lead and just go work in a blue-collar job. No. He's suggesting that the play was overstated for the last 40 years, and he's right. But it's not to say higher education is not going to exist, that we don't need deep thinkers, that we don't need true academics in the full range of fields, legitimate fields of inquiry, not identity politics, propaganda, nonsense, not professional agitpropsters, unless you're going to be Bertolt Brecht and write plays. But of course, we want people who read and write and think for a living and build on the scholarship of generations from time immemorial. Of course we do. The question is the balance. And the question is, what are you getting for what you're putting in? So the thing with me, when I asked the question about would you send your kid to Northwestern if it were free, well, you're going to get a return on investment for that. Because regrettably, those brands still have currency in a lot of professional circles. So I think the question is a little bit more complicated than it sounds at first blush. We say, oh, well, the heck no, because as Dan from Libertyville said, it's a totalitarian re-education camp. Yeah, that it is. But there's benefits to coming out with that credential. So it's a little bit more complicated. The other thing I'd say about sending your kid to Northwestern, because people ask me about that or other schools all the time that are, wild left, that have had incidents like Northwestern had with Sessions, or, of course, worse, including at small, elite liberal arts colleges like Middlebury in the Northeast. Is that a good place to send my kid? Depends on your kid. It's not, it's not where you go, it's how you go. Not where you go to college, it's how you go to college. If your kid is like me, who was spoiling for a fight when I was 18, rhetorical fight, wanted to take on the left, was going to be active in campus politics, was going to be part of a group that started an alternative to the daily newspaper, which I was part of at Northwestern, was going to bring in conservative speakers and force the left to confront other ideas.
Which you did. I mean, you brought in conservative speakers.
Right. So if you're going to take that attitude, then it's a great training ground, as I sort of alluded to before. But if you're going to be cowered by the mob, then it's not a good environment for your kid. And this is, and I bring that up because Jake Tapper, I don't think he would do very well at Northwestern these days. His response to the statement from Medill Dean Charles Whitaker, parts of which I referenced earlier, I'm deeply troubled by the vicious bullying and badgering that students responsible for that coverage have endured for the sin of doing journalism. That's what Jake Tapper pulled out of Charles Whitaker's statement. I assume that's sort of he's citing that quotation in solidarity. Is that the problem on campus? Is that the problem in the story? Vicious bullying and badgering of students responsible for coverage? Vicious? Why? Because they were called a name? Because they were shrieked at? That's the bullying is the problem here? Or is it cowardice?
He was bullied.
It's cowardice that's the problem, not bullying. It's the inability to stand up to bullies, to hysterics. And if you can't do that at Northwestern in that rarefied space, how do you think you're going to do that in the actual world? And I guess most of those Beltway journalists inside the bubble can't, and frankly, are cordoned off so that most of them don't have to, at least the high-profile ones. I just found it fascinating. The bullies are the problem. No, the bullies don't exist without the cowards. Ken in Plainfield.
Yeah, you kind of already said it. I have 6 kids. Some of them would benefit from Northwestern, some wouldn't. As Thornton Mellon's bodyguard in Back to School said, one of my kids I put through college, one of my kids I put through the wall. Some of the kids need to be put through the wall.
Thanks, Ken. Yeah, nice Back to School reference.
Yes.
Scott and Aurora.
Yeah, I was actually on the line before you asked the free question. My answer to that is not a chance. But the thing I'm wondering is if you're sending your kids to these schools and they don't agree with their politics and they get kicked out, which it sounds like it's happened, do you get your money back, all of it, and or do they just take your money and maybe I think Bruce Wolf might have said this once. Do they just take your money, slap you in the mouth, and tell you to shut up?
Yeah.
No, my friend's daughter got kicked out of Alabama, and she's out in
Scott.
education, and they're not giving her a dime back.
All
so now
sa-
she owes $69,000 plus she doesn't have a degree.
All sales are final. Caveat emptor.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
Hey everyone, Ken here. For 2 years now, you've heard Carrie and I use metaphors to test to see if you think your home or your business could use a revenue shot in the backside. Today, because of our new website, I can be a little bit more direct. Income Store has 2 doors. If you have more time than money, you're going to live under door number 1. You're going to see over 400 digital assets, 5 to 20 minutes apiece, that'll teach you how to manage numbers and lead people, or show you 6 growth tips you've never heard of. All of this so you can start growing your home or your business revenue literally immediately. If you have more money than time, door number 2 is going to be for you. You can view some of our managed services, look for more done-for-you packages. 34% of Americans in 2018 visited one of our managed services. Forbes 3 years in a row quoted, "Income Store is an expert at generating home or business revenue." If you'd love to explore how to check out adding revenue to your home or business, just go to incomestore.com. That's incomestore.com.
Hey, our listeners helped build MyPillow into the amazing company it is today. And now Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give back. And you can get deep discounts on all MyPillow products, including the new line of MyPillow towels. They're very absorbent. There's hand towels that you can put in your half bath and bath towels near the shower, washcloths, and they come in all different colors as well. I love the MyPillow, though, because it conforms to your neck and back to give you the most amazing sleep ever. It's addictive, folks. And also the entire body pillow, which provides the perfect comfort support for your whole body, regularly $89.99. But with promo code Amy, it's only $29.99. Find it all at mypillow.com. And when you check out, put AMY in that promo code, and voila, 30% off everything. Mattress toppers, the Giza cotton sheets, and the pet beds. MyPillow.com, promo code Amy, or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201, and tell them Amy sent you.
Policies issued by American General Life Insurance Company, Houston, Texas. Not available in all states. For details, visit AIGdirect.com.
Do you have a family? Would you like to help make sure they'll be taken care of if anything were to happen to you? If you answered yes, you probably need life insurance. Now, do you think life insurance is expensive? If you answered yes to that too, you definitely need to give AIG Direct a call. We could find you a $250,000 policy for just $14 a month, which means you could save hundreds of dollars a year. Call us now for a free, no-obligation quote. 1-800-600-5451. Since 1995, we've helped millions of people find out if they could save up to 70% on their term life insurance. See how affordably we can help you protect your family. Call AIG Direct now for your free quote. 1-800-600-5451. You could save up to 70%. That's 1-800-600-5451. 1-800-600-5451.
Property managers, manufacturing, commercial, privately and locally owned companies looking for accountability from their alarm service provider. This message is for you.
Out-of-town national companies are struggling to provide service and support for your security and fire alarm system. You can do better with SMG Security. SMG Security is a local security service and fire alarm system provider with a mission to be the security industry leader in performance and customer satisfaction for the Chicagoland area. Concentration on local protection with a local UL central monitoring system delivers the ultimate protection for you, your employees, and property from theft, fire, and workplace violence. In many cases, SMG can detect issues before they become a major problem and are continually establishing new and improved industry standards and technology to keep your business safe and secure. Get a security solution based on your business budget and needs from SMG Security. And if you switch protection to SMG before the end of the month, you'll get 3 months of free service. Go to smgsecurity.com. smgsecurity.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Get your deplorable little face up next to the radio or your phone, iPad, computer, smart speaker, or filling in your mouth that somehow picks up this frequency, because it's time for America's favorite tribute rip-off radio program, Animal Stories. And now, here in person is the Rip-Off Animal Stories news team anchor, man, woman, human, or whatever pronoun they go by, Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson.
Yeah, Dan and Amy. Lil Dan and Aunt Amy. Or Uncle Dan and...
yeah, it's Uncle Dan and Little Amy, which I've never been called Little. But okay, I'll try it on.
This comes to us from China. A man in China experienced seizures, other mysterious symptoms for years before doctors finally found the cause. Probably took him years to get to the doctor to see him in communist China. He had a rare parasite living in his brain, which had likely been there for more than a decade. Yeah, he started to feel numbness on the left side of his body in 2007 and then queued up to actually see a doctor about it. That happened recently. In the interim, he developed other symptoms, including blackouts and seizures. And ultimately, doctors discovered a 5-inch-long tapeworm in his brain.
Ew, I hate stories like this.
And
So gross.
that man has now been shortlisted to be the dean at the Medill School of Journalism.
Oh, hey-oh. See what you did. I have a real quick cat story because you know how I love cats. Quilty, have you heard of Quilty? He's a shelter cat, but he has an uncanny way of getting out of any enclosure they put him in. He's escaped 6 times, and once he gets out then, he's so smart, he jumps up and paws the handle to let other creatures out, including a dog sibling, a former dog sibling that was in the house with him. He ran to his aid first and let people out. And now there's an online petition because they put this cat in solitary confinement. There's an online petition to let him out. Quilty. Have you seen a picture of him? He's adorable. I think you should get Quilty.
I'll take a look at him after I'm going to make a pilgrimage to San Francisco, as so many of us are, to bend the knee to Big Sister Greta Thunberg, the new 60-foot mural. And when I'm there at San Francisco International Airport, I'm going to stop by and meet Lulu, the therapy pig, who's helping to make travel less stressful for travelers. 5-year-old Juliana pig and her owner, Tatiana Danilova, part of San Francisco International's WAG Brigade, a program that brings therapy animals to the airport to cheer up passengers and ease travel anxieties. Dressed in a pilot cap with toenails painted bright red, Lilu breezes through the metal detector at airport security and trots to the departure gate. She raises a hoof in greeting, poses for selfies, entertains departing passengers with a tune on her toy piano. Quite talented. And it turns out you can indeed put perfume on a pig.
And real quick, Greta Thunberg on a boat this morning heading back to Sweden. Good luck. It's not cold out there or anything. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, today's the day. Raise the curtain. Live public impeachment hearings. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
A heating system breaks down at a Chicago high school, but the students tough it out. Man killed in a crash on the far south side. Mayor Lightfoot's not ruling out a property tax increase now. Kobe White, 27 in a Bulls win over the Knicks. WINT, Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
From private to public, I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The House Democrats' impeachment push moves to the next phase.
There are any number of potentially impeachable offenses, including bribery, including high crimes and misdemeanors.
Congressman Adam Schiff on NPR. He's leading this inquiry as chair of the House Intelligence Committee, probing the Trump-Ukraine controversy. The president calls it a scam, says he did nothing wrong. His call with Ukraine's leader was perfect. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave Schiff and ranking Republican Devin Nunes will deliver their opening statements, and then the majority and the minority will get 45 minutes each to question top diplomats George Kent and Bill Taylor. Committee members will then get 5 minutes each. Watch for Republicans to grill Taylor, who kept detailed notes about his belief that military aid was being withheld in exchange for investigations into the 2016 election and the Bidens. Kent is expected to testify that the White House was running a shadow policy in Ukraine with a campaign of lies. Dave?
Rachel, a whistleblower helped start this probe. And the New York Times reports President Trump was so upset the intelligence community's inspector general deemed the whistleblower credible. He considered firing Michael Atkinson. A source tells Fox, though, the president vented, can we get rid of him? But there was never any move to remove him. Palestinians keep firing at Israel.
Furious about the death of one of their commanders in a targeted strike by Israeli forces just 2 days ago. And so these rockets keep coming, and Israel has responded in turn, hitting a missile factory as well as mobile missile launchers and an Islamic Jihad boat.
Fox's Benjamin Hall on the Israel border. 18 people have been killed in Gaza, including militants. I know it's November, but it's frigid across America. Below freezing in more than two-thirds of the country, shattering records. Wind chills in parts of the Midwest are below zero. She's in Wisconsin.
We had our first snow last year about this time, but now it's getting to be too much like a regular thing.
In Ohio, snowy conditions caused two huge pileups on highways, more than 70 cars in one, 50 plus in the other. America's listening to Fox News.
Skies are cloudy, 14 degrees at 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago's unseasonably cold weather keeps on setting records. Only a high of 17 yesterday, smashing the old record of 28. A broken heating system couldn't keep students out of class at one of Chicago's high schools. Officials at Kenwood Academy didn't cancel classes yesterday as crews repaired a major heating issue. Students, staff, and teachers just bundled up. Heat was restored just before the school day ended. An elderly man is dead following a Bensonville house fire on Church Road near the White Pines Golf Course. Paramedics responding say the victim was confined to his bed and most likely died from his injuries before fire crews were called. An 11-year-old boy is in critical condition following a blaze on Chicago's South Side. Mattress caught fire last night in the bedroom of a home near 54th and Hermitage. Mayor Lightfoot will not rule out a property tax increase now that Chicago is unlikely to get an assist from state lawmakers, at least in the near term.
I can't take property taxes entirely off the table, but we're working tirelessly both here and also in Chicago to avoid a substantial property tax increase.
The mayor in Springfield yesterday, however, she left without a deal in place on either of her asks for revamped tax rates for a Chicago casino and the power to hike taxes on expensive real estate deals. Kobe White, 27. A franchise record 7 threes in the final quarter. Bulls beat the Knicks 120-102. Blackhawks visit the Golden Knights tonight. The news, a service of InvisibleFence.com. Let Invisible Fence brand be your second set of hands this holiday season. Their indoor shield units can do just that, creating an invisible boundary to keep pets off furniture, countertops, even out of entire rooms. Visit InvisibleFence.com to learn more. InvisibleFence.com. 6:04, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager always looks at things from a different angle.
I was speaking to my producer, and he asked the question, will Americans tire of the left's hysterias? I think that when you have hysteria that is national and mass, and it is, of course, repeated constantly, it has an impact.
The Dennis Prager Show, weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Prescription products require an online physician consultation and are only available if the physician determines a prescription is appropriate. Subscription required. See website for full details and important safety information.
Hey guys, good news. The outrageously expensive little blue pill is now generic, which means you can get the prescription medication to treat ED at affordable prices. And Hims makes it extra affordable. And right now, get your first online visit totally free when you go to forhims.com/joy. Sure beats paying for an in-office doctor's appointment, doesn't it? Plus, you won't need to deal with awkward face-to-face conversations to get your prescription. Hims connects you to doctors online who can evaluate you and, if appropriate, prescribe the medication. And a pharmacy sends it right to your door. Hims makes it affordable, private, and incredibly easy. Nobody likes dealing with ED. Now, thanks to Hims, nobody has to. And that's really good news. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free online visit. forhims.com/joy.
Hey, it's Mike Gallagher here. You've heard me talk for years about all the problems I have with trying to eat right. I have formed a partnership with an amazing American success story, Seattle Sutton's Healthy Eating. They've been shipping me delicious portion-controlled meals. They're fresh. They're never frozen. Seattle Sutton's Healthy Eating, operated by a wonderful dietitian nutritionist. It's like having my own personal chef. And it's saving me a lot of time shopping and stopping off for food. Breakfast, lunch, dinner. Over 90 million meals have been served the past 33 years by Seattle Sutton's Healthy Eating. No gimmicks, no fads, no BS. Just delicious, clean, healthy meals shipped directly to your home twice a week. Contact them today and get started. Tell them Mike Gallagher sent you and you'll get a special discount. Call Seattle Sutton's Healthy Eating. 800-442-3438. Call 800-442-3438 or go to seattlesutton.com. That's seattlesutton.com.
At Staples, there's a huge selection of ink and toner in stock and at a low price. Right now, earn 25% back in rewards when you purchase $75 of ink or $200 of toner. Ends 11/16/19. Restrictions apply. See store or staples.com/25 in rewards. Staples.
6:07 AM 560 Traffic Center time. Jim Telemonte.
On Chicago's southwest side, 35th Street is closed between Francisco and California after a fire. Evans looks good. Kennedy inbound traffic slow. Canfield to Central. 23 minutes O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 21. Inbound Eisenhower delays start around 17th Avenue. 33 minutes 390 to downtown. Outbound 29. Inbound Stevenson stuffed up Harlem to Pulaski. 47 minutes 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Inbound Ryan, 20 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, 20 minutes, ID to the merge, Bishop 423. The northbound Tri-State is tight from the Reagan tollway to the Eisenhower. The other tollways look good. Northbound I-65 is heavy, 61st Avenue to 49th Avenue. I'm Jim Telemonte. On AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center and our meteorologist, Steve Williams.
Today, mostly cloudy. It'll be cold. The high only 28. Clouds and cold. A bit of snow tonight, accumulating up to an inch, low 23. Partly sunny, cold tomorrow, the high 32. Mostly sunny Friday, the high 36. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
13 at O'Hare, 14 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update is at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Tasty Catering, a Chicago holiday party tradition. For delicious holiday catering, visit tastycatering.com.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
It's time to play the music. It's time to light the light. It's time to meet the Muppets on the Muppet Show
Today, Dan and Amy, good morning. Yeah, time to play the music, time to light the lights. It's the impeachment show this afternoon. And
it starts at 10 a.m., so 9 a.m. our time.
So is that going to preempt Maury?
Well, here's the thing, ladies and men, listen up. Daytime programming will be off the table. You're going to be forced to watch this impeachment hearing, and you're going to have George Kent and Bill Taylor sitting next to each other side by side.
What about on
being
the
questioned for 45 minutes, and for 45 minutes from the Republicans, and 5 minutes for each.
What about the
committee
U? Are they going to preempt Moesha? Or
I
is
think
that going
so.
to be because that's my yeah. It's so go ahead with the schedule. So it starts at
10 a.m. Well, 9 a.m. our time.
Right.
And then Schiff's going to go first. He's going to have 45 minutes where he'll probably, cede his time to an attorney who's there.
There's two attorneys.
Two attorneys, right.
But so Steve Castor for the Republicans and Dan Goldman for the Democrats, they're actually going to do most of the questioning. You're going to have rank and file members have their 5 minutes. but
Yeah,
those,
after that 90 minutes.
those 45-minute questioning periods are going to be conducted by the attorneys for the respective sides. It's important to note because that may be where the bulk of relevant information comes from. As you know, members of Congress tend to speechify rather than go into Q&A.
You mean they grandstand?
During their
No.
5 minutes. So those 45-minute blocks with the two attorneys, Goldman, who the Democrat who comes out of the Southern District of New York, the U.S. Attorney's Office there, and Steve Castor has been counsel to the Oversight Committee for more than a decade. So he's an institutional guy, Castor. Goldman has a background as a prosecutor. The quality of their performances are going to matter probably much more than those of the politicians.
Well, the career diplomats, they're going to be on TV. They're going to have to sell whatever position they have to the American people. Because if it says a bunch of mumbling or yes and no one's going to care, and then everyone's going to call the networks and demand that they get their daytime soap operas back on the air. Because this is going to go on today, then there's a break tomorrow, then there's another witness on Friday, and then next week they've already scheduled 8 people. So this is not going away anytime soon, ladies. So now you're forced to actually see what's going on. You'll have no choice.
It is going away sometime relatively soon because they need to wrap this up before the holidays set in. So that's why they're on this expedited schedule to try and ramrod this through and get it over to the Senate so that it's dispensed with post haste early in the first quarter of next year. Because I don't think Pelosi wants this dragging into the summer and into sort of core 2020 election season. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA, turnkey.pro text line. It seems to me what we have here and what we're going to have is divining President Trump's motives.
Right.
I know that they're trying to say, some members of Congress on the House Democrat side are trying to say that the transcript is the smoking gun. It really isn't. It really isn't, and certainly not with respect to anything that rises to high crime or misdemeanor. And part of the reason is, ironically, because it requires some interpolation of President Trump's motives to even get to the question of quid pro quo for personal political gain, which is ultimately what they're going to have to make out if they want to get popular support to remove a president from office.
But an investigation
and put pressure on Republicans to even contemplate that, because right now there is no pressure on Senate Republicans to contemplate that.
Right. And there was no aid withheld, and there was no investigation into Biden. And the president of Ukraine said there was no quid pro quo. Not only President Trump, but him, the other person on the end of the phone call.
The longer this goes on, the more complicated it gets for Democrats, too, because the muddier the water gets. I'll give you an example. Newly filed complaint to the Intelligence Community Inspector General. Oh, yeah, we know him. Alleges the whistleblower, whose allegations touched off House Democrats' impeachment inquiry, may have violated federal law by indirectly soliciting more than $250,000 from mostly anonymous sources via a GoFundMe page. The complaint filed last week, obtained by Fox, which reported on it yesterday, alleged the donations from roughly 6,000 individuals clearly constitute gifts to a current intelligence official that may be restricted because of the employee's official position pursuant to federal statute. $227,000 raised so far.
Wow.
Yeah. So that Anthony Gallo's attorney told Fox News, I've not seen anything like this on this scale. It's not about politics for my client. It's whistleblower on whistleblower. And my client's only interest is to see the government ethics rules are being complied with government-wide. Gallo representing the whistleblower who filed the complaint against the other whistleblower, quote unquote.
We have a whistleblower
who filed
and
a
then the
complaint
backup.
against Trump.
It's just like the Kavanaugh hearing. You have Kristen Blasey Ford, and then you have backups. So you have the whistleblower and then backup whistleblowers.
So it's getting both muddier and more unhinged. To wit, I give you Malcolm Nance, who is a former U.S. Naval Intelligence officer turned MSNBC analyst. And he had this to say on Morning Joe about President Trump and his status as the Manchurian candidate. Ignore the Mueller report. Ignore the last 2.5 years. I ignore, to some extent, even what's going on now with the matter of Ukraine. The real problem is that he is run by the Russians. He's a Russian asset, as is everybody who disagrees with us, Hillary Clinton, Malcolm Nance.
Donald Trump had been under Russian intelligence surveillance for a very long time, as early as 1977 with his first wife, Ivana. And Ivana was from the Czech Republic, which at that time was Czechoslovakia. Their intelligence agency, the STB, had her communications between the United States and the Czech Republic under surveillance. And they knew an enormous amount of information about Donald Trump between 1977 and the mid-'80s. And then in the mid-'80s, Donald was starting to express an interest in building Trump Tower, Moscow. But more importantly, there were word from her family that he was trying to consider running for president against George Herbert Walker Bush, who was, of course, the former director of the CIA and the vice president of the United States. So Russia became very interested in him. They had 10 years of collection, and then they brought him to Moscow for what he wanted, which was Trump Tower. But from that moment on, an enormous dossier of information was collected on him, and more importantly, how to exploit him. And his simple exploit, as we call it in the intelligence community, is he is avaricious to a fault. He wants money. They now, in the modern Russia, with a former KGB director as president, they have money. They know how to exploit people. They know how to manipulate people, and they know how to buy people.
What the heck was that?
You follow that? I guess we're, according to...
Wait, a businessman wants to make money? Oh, my gosh.
Wait, forget that part. Malcolm Nance? So should we ignore impeachment then over Ukraine? It was providing Javelin missiles to the Ukrainians. Was that part of the overarching Russian game plan that Trump is flawlessly executing? Is record low unemployment and growing the U.S. economy much stronger than it was prior to Trump's election. That part of it too? Part of their third eye, 4 decades of planning to undermine the country by getting Trump elected president? That's a former member of U.S. intelligence.
That's scary.
What the hell is he talking about?
It's a bunch of gobbledygook. Going back to 1977, when she lived in the Czech Republic, his first wife, who cares?
Wait a second. The Mueller report, I mean, of course, there's no follow-up from any of the panelists.
It has nothing to do with this impeachment.
There's no follow-up from any of the panelists on Morning Joe. There's just feeding these conspiratorial delusions. So let me understand then. The Mueller team, the 18 attorneys, most of whom were gunning for Trump for political reasons in addition to professional ones. They couldn't find any evidence of this, Malcolm? I mean, you really have to let that sink in a little bit. Former U.S. Naval Intelligence saying those kinds of things. So you think the idea that Eric Ciaramella, the alleged whistleblower, could have been communicating with Strzok and Page or other lead investigators at the FBI who were looking at everything from Hillary's email to the Trump campaign in 2016 and going forward? You think that's implausible given the mindset of so many of these deep state operatives, past and present? I think that Trump's biggest mistake, as it's turning out, and Nikki Haley, by the way, we'll have on the show at 8 o'clock talk about her new book, talk about this as well, of course. You know, the Rexon and John Kelly story about Rexon and John Kelly disagreeing with the president about this and that and coming to her to
Say,
trying to
join our
enlist her
team, yeah.
support. You know, the mistake he made was you want to be a political revolutionary, at least in part, then Fortune 100 CEOs and career military officials and career intelligence officials in key sensitive positions, probably not the way to go. Because there's going to be pitched resistance and the lengths that some will go to, even if it's just out of a misplaced sense of patriotism or duty, whatever the reason, let's impute on them positive motives. Whatever the motives are, the behavior is reprehensible. Some of the pronouncements are just plain bizarre.
Well, Nikki Haley said it best yesterday when she was on with Savannah Guthrie on the Today Show.
Do you think this was a perfect call? If in his mind he thinks it was a perfect What call. do you think? You know, I think it's never a good practice for us to ask a foreign country to investigate an American.
But she went on to say that no aid was withheld. And again, the president of Ukraine said there was no quid pro quo. He didn't feel pressured or threatened by any means.
This goes to this whole thing. This is essentially what Louisiana Senator John Kennedy said over the weekend. There's two options. He asked for an investigation of a political rival for political reasons. That's a problem. He asked for an investigation of corruption by someone who happens to be a political rival. Thus, the references to the Attorney General and the implicit reference to an investigation ongoing into all things 2016. And that's inconvenient, but it's not impermissible, and it's not specific or limited to serving the president's political interests. Even that is, boy, that's parsing. That's, it gets into sort of thought crimes and how do you separate somebody's political motivations from their public duties and their public motivations, particularly when you have the backdrop of an ongoing investigation that is public interest related. Again, the sort of the Pollyannish nature of these political hacks, the false Pollyanna routine that they're doing. Oh my gosh, a president of the United States puts foreign policy decisions through a political prism.
That's what they all do.
Of course they do, and what every politician does with
Yeah.
every decision. What are the politics? The substance is important, but we have to game plan the politics of this too. They, of course, particularly politicians seeking re-election, put everything through the political filter, and to suggest otherwise is patently absurd. And to borrow a line from Trump, everybody knows it. Grant in Rockford, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, you two. Happy belated 40th birthday, Amy.
Thank you.
Oh,
One
boy.
quick point here. That man that was just on MSNBC, that madness rivals Charlie Kelly on Always Sunny in Philadelphia with his string art and Pepe Sylvia. Okay. And
nice reference.
And the second, my main point here, Dan, do you know anything about this guy, the Republican lawyer that they have? Because they picked some decade-old swamp dweller. To me, that doesn't sound like they're very interested in getting to the bottom. What's wrong with Greg Jarrett or some of these other bulldogs?
I don't think they're
Thanks a lot,
going. Okay, all right, Grant. Thanks for the call. I don't think they're going to pull Greg Jarrett off Fox News to be the inquisitor.
No.
Here's the thing about Castor. I don't know a lot about him other than the background that's been reported. Although reading through the transcripts of the closed-door testimony that was offered, his exchanges with Bill Taylor, his exchanges with Lieutenant Colonel Vindman, he did a nice job. He got them to concede important things. Let me give you two examples. Bill Taylor never talked to the President of the United States.
No.
So how do you know what his motivation was? You never spoke with him. You didn't like what he was doing, but you didn't know really why he was doing it. You're making
assumptions
about why, but you never spoke with him. Number two, Vindman, against the backdrop of the breathless reporting, inaccurate reporting, based on leaks ostensibly from Schiff and Company, that Vindman said they're missing elements of the transcript of the call that are material. Well, Vindman, under questioning from Castor, said just the opposite. that it was
Really?
accurate, as we discussed yesterday.
He's testifying next week, Vindman. I hope he wears that outfit again.
That's his dress
That's-
uniform.
Okay, well, there's like Ukrainian head piece or something that's added to his uniform.
A Ukrainian headpiece.
Well, no, in his hat, there's the Ukrainian flag colors on it, and I don't know. I just think it looked like a Halloween costume, all right?
Now you're starting to sound like Malcolm Nance. You think he's like a Ukrainian agent?
No, I didn't say that. I just said I hope he wears the same outfit, okay?
Bill on the northwest side.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. I personally cringe at the prospect of hearing Adam Schiff and his jackal Democrat cohorts turn this into a Joseph Goebbels 1938 Germany propaganda exhibition later today.
Let's not make
And-
Nazi references. That's what the left does, please.
And the past has shown that if you put Democrats under oath, under criminal penalty of perjury, they fall. Christine Blasey Ford, when she was under oath, her story fell apart. Julie Slutnick, the gangbang girl, they destroyed her story in 2 minutes when she was under oath. If we could empower, or if Attorney General Barr could empower the Democrats to prosecute this as a criminal proceeding and let them prove high crimes and treason, their story will fall apart in under 3 minutes.
All right, thanks,
Thank you
Bill.
for taking my call.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, I'm starting to take it again. Balance of Nature, and I love it because you know what? I don't get leg cramps in the middle of the night. Why? Because Balance of Nature has 10 servings of 31 different fruits and veggies, and there's bananas in there, potassium. And you can take Balance of Nature right now, too, and start getting ready and getting healthy for the holidays. It helps boost your immune system, your energy level. You'll sleep better at night, and you'll have more energy during the day. And you've heard the testimonials right here on AM 560. And you know what? The next story could be yours, but you've got to take it and try it to know its effects. Balanceofnature.com. Use the discount code Chicago or call this number, and you have health coaches / operators standing by. They'll answer any of your questions, and they'll tell you about Dr. Howard's Health Challenge. That number is 800-246-8751, 800-246-8751. Use discount code Chicago, and you'll get 35% off your first order plus free shipping. Balanceofnature.com, discount code Chicago.
If you're self-employed and purchase your own health insurance, I have some good news. From now until December 15th, you cannot be denied coverage based on a pre-existing condition, and depending on your income, you may find a more affordable plan. And this year, thanks to President Trump, if you're healthy and your income is too high to qualify for a subsidy, there is a new and competitive non-Obamacare marketplace where premiums are much lower and the PPO networks include access to our teaching hospitals in Chicago. Employers who provide small group coverage also have new options, and so do seniors looking for Medicare supplement coverage. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Obamacare, then you need a local expert on your side. Your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 20-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for 7 years. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551.
Dan Proft here. Gentlemen, November is Men's Health Month. A reminder to take care of your health. So Low T Center is now offering a $49 comprehensive health assessment and a $49 home sleep assessment to determine if you have sleep apnea. Low T Center's health assessment provides a complete screening, checking all your levels, including your prostate, cholesterol, testosterone, and more. Low T Center is not like a typical doctor's office where you have a long wait. They're concierge medicine exclusively for men. Guys, make sure to make your health a priority. Low T Center will make it quick and easy. This November, be sure to schedule your $49 health assessment and $49 home sleep test. If you're a man over 30, do yourself a favor. Schedule your health assessment at Low T Center today. Covered by most health insurance, and my friends at Low T will verify that insurance for you. November is Men's Health Month. Call today to schedule your appointment and tell them Dan Proft sent you. When you do, call 630-451-9352. That's 630-451-9352. You can also schedule online by visiting lowtcenter.com. That website again, lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's healthcare.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hillary and Chelsea are on their Gutsy Women book tour. Guess who didn't make the list? One BBC presenter inquired about that at 6:36.
And later, Mark Sanford calls it quits for his candidacy for president. And NFL teams invite Colin Kaepernick to work out. What's that all about? We'll tell you. But first, let's get into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Skies are gray. We have 14 degrees at 6:30, and Chicago's unseasonable cold weather keeps on setting records. O'Hare reaching only a high of 17 yesterday. Full slate of witnesses are on the docket in the Trump Democrat-led impeachment inquiry. Our reporter Mike Bauer is on Capitol Hill.
8 witnesses are expected to testify next week in the House impeachment inquiry. On the docket to testify before the House Intelligence Committee are Lieutenant Colonel Alexander Vindman, the former National Security Council Director for European Affairs, Gordon Sondland, the U.S. Ambassador to European Union, and Kurt Volker, the former Special Envoy to Ukraine. The schedule will include both morning and afternoon sessions on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then Thursday, Fiona Hill, former National Security Council Senior Director for Europe and Russia, at this point, the final solo witness.
A former Democrat presidential candidate is throwing his backing to Joe Biden. Ohio Congressman Tim Ryan ended his presidential campaign last month. Federal investigation is targeting Google's new Project Nightingale Health Information Collection Program. The investigation, Health and Human Services Office of Civil Rights opened Tuesday, aims to make sure Project Nightingale does not violate your medical privacy. Seattle Children's Hospital is confirming one of their surgical patients has contracted an infection from a mold found in one of their operating rooms. Now, you may recall, and we have been reporting on this consistently for some time, the hospital announced the closure of 3 operating rooms due to a reappearance of the same mold that forced it to close all of its operating rooms earlier this year. Broken heating system did not keep students out of the classroom. One Chicago high school yesterday at Kenwood Academy, they bundled up and sat through classes. Heat was restored just before the day ended. An elderly man is dead following a house fire in Bensonville. The blaze broke out yesterday in the basement of a tri-level home on Church Road near the White Pines Golf Course. And the Reverend Jesse Jackson is calling on Buffalo Wild Wings to take more action following a racial incident at its Naperville location last month. The civil rights activist is now threatening boycotts if the franchise doesn't work toward improving diversity within its executive ranks and increasing the number of franchises owned by people of color. Bulls beat the Knicks 120-102 at the United Center. College basketball, Notre Dame beat Howard. Northern Illinois knocked off by Iowa State, and Loyola fell to Coppin State. The news, a service of Staples Print and Marketing Services, making connecting with clients and loved ones easy with hundreds of holiday templates you can customize, and right now get 20% off select custom cards and invitations. Ends 12/28/19, limit 1. Visit staples.com/holiday cards or in-store for details. Staples. 6:33, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity is looking forward to 2020.
What are we now, 364 today or 363, Linda? I didn't hear the great Scott Shannon. All right, it's 363 days away. So it's a year away. We'll know 1 year from today, we will know that Donald Trump was hopefully reelected president of the United States. Can't say for certain. I'm going to tell you something. Don't ever take any election for granted.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
It starts with the action on the court, moves to the crowd, and is described by the broadcasters and transmitted to you. The energy, passion, and excitement will make you shout out loud. Let them hear you. It starts right here on the Husky Sports Network.
It's the Huskies against the Coppin State Eagles. Friday night at 6 in IU basketball. Right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Want your home's furnace to stay safe and reliable? And want to prevent any potential problems before they happen? At your local 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning, we recommend an annual furnace inspection and tune-up. Right now, get big savings on a furnace tune-up. Call 855 1 Hour. Because not taking care of your furnace, that's just cold.
Your comfort is just a call away. Call 1 Hour.
Terms and conditions may apply. Call for details. Independently owned and operated. Licensed in the respective state or county.
Okay, from the start.
Acerola cherry.
Alfalfa leaf, aloe vera, apples, asparagus, banana.
Beets, bell pepper, broccoli. Blueberries, blackberries, cranberry.
We make Texas Superfood from 55 raw, vine-ripened fruits and vegetables. And then we add nothing.
Pineapple, sweet potato, papaya, parsley.
In a capsule or a powder, one daily dose of Texas Superfood delivers the healthy benefits of 55. Count them. 55 fresh fruits and vegetables, and you can see them all on TexasSuperfood.com.
Raspberry, spinach, the nutrients that we need on a daily basis.
Thousands of people benefit from taking Texas Superfood every day. Shouldn't you be one of them? Doctors, pharmacists, nurses, and your grandmother all recommend that you eat more fruits and vegetables every day. So if you can't, won't, or don't, Texas Superfood is made for you.
It's borderline shocking how much energy I have.
Join us on TexasSuperfood.com.
TexasSuperfood.com.
TexasSuperfood.com. A lost dog, not a lost cause. Read Catching Murphy, the latest book from the Associated Press, available now exclusively at Amazon.com.
6:36 in the AM 560 Traffic Center, and Jim Talamonte.
Eden's inbound traffic is heavy. 2 to Montrose. It's 23 minutes. Lake Cook Junction. Kennedy, 30 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. 14 from Montrose. 10 on the Express. Outbound 30 minutes to the airport. Inbound Eisenhower, looking at about 38 minutes from 390 to downtown. Outbound 33. Inbound Stevenson, 52 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Ryan is 25 minutes. 95th to downtown. I-57, 22 minutes, side east of the merge, Bishop 425. Northbound tri-state traffic is slow, Plainfield Road to 47th. From the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. The other tollways are okay. Traffic's heavy on 8094 westbound, Klein Avenue to Kennedy Avenue. That's traffic. I'm Jim Talamonte. On AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. We'll see cloudy skies, very cold conditions today, high 28. Cloudy, cold, a bit of snow, up to 1 inch overnight, low 23. 13 at O'Hare, 14 Lakefront. Your next news update is at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy, the irrepressible Hillary and Chelsea.
Oh, the dynamic duo, I call them. Mom, daughter.
They were across the pond pitching their book, Gutsy Women.
Are you in the book, Dan?
Am I in the book?
I'm kidding.
And they did a bit of a sit down with a BBC presenter named. I'm sorry.
I said it's the Bye. Do you like my impersonation?
No, and on behalf of the British people,
What?
I don't. Yeah,
I'm a daughter of the American
that's
Revolution.
cartoonish.
I'm one of them, kind of.
Emma Barnett is her name, and she did a nice job, very cordially, with a certain bonhomie, asking pointed questions of Team Clinton. This is really good. Listen to this. Gutsy Women, and the questions surrounded Margaret Thatcher. You know, she's the Iron Lady's not in the book.
She's big
So-
mistake.
So why was that? First, you get to hear the reviews of Hillary, and then with Chelsea Kicker, which is the way I like to do it.
I think it's quite striking from a British perspective going through this book that, as I understand, in case I've made a terrible error here, you haven't included Margaret Thatcher. Was there a row about that? Did you think to include her? Because surely she comes to mind with gutsy woman, even if you didn't like her.
Well, she does, but she doesn't fit the other part of the definition, in our opinion, which really is knocking down barriers for others and trying to make a positive difference. I think the record is mixed with her. I thought she was incredibly strong. I remember taking Chelsea to see her in the Parliament when she was Prime Minister and we were visiting. So I had a lot of understanding of what it took, and I thought it was clever of her to really try to mold herself to be more acceptable in terms of everything from hairstyle and speaking style to clothing style. But I think on the criterion that we were really looking at, what were the positive differences, the changes that this person made that really opened doors to more? That wasn't that apparent.
So it's the idea that she didn't promote women around her, for instance, in the cabinet as one point there, like the drawbridge coming.
Right.
Behind.
I mean, there was very little interest, apparently, in doing that. And also, her view of politics and her dismissal of the idea even of community, there is no such thing, it really struck me as being, out of step with where we need to go, what kind of country, what kind of future we want for our good friends here in the UK.
Let's definitely come on to that.
Yes.
But Chelsea, it comes back to that whole thing. You can't be what you can't see. And I
Yes.
grew up knowing there had been a female prime minister. So I suppose it's a debatable point, isn't it?
Well, we quote Sally Ride, who kind of famously said, it's hard to imagine what you can't see. And so much of this kind of effort for us with the Book of Gutsy Women is to kind of write these women back into history, but also kind of write them into people's imaginations. I mean, for not only kind of young women, but also young men. I think it's crucially important that kind of young men grow up kind of having female role models.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 646-36DA, turnkey.pro text line. That's turnkey.pro answer line and text line. I think I said that right.
Yeah, you said it right.
Okay.
Yeah. 64636DA. Yeah.
Well, fortunately, young men of a certain age, young men who were young men, had Hillary Clinton as a role model, and now young men like of my age group have Chelsea Clinton as a role model.
Oh, thank goodness.
So
I mean, in the book
great.
they talk about Greta Thunberg and they forget Margaret Thatcher. What barriers did Greta break down? Her family's making money off of her. Her 3-month tour here. Now this morning she's on her little boat back to Sweden.
We have to write women into history, and apparently we have to write some women out of history, like Margaret Thatcher.
How can she say her barriers she broke? She didn't break down any barriers for other women.
She didn't break down barriers for others.
Really?
And that's the standard. Did you break down barriers for others?
Yeah. What about the Falklands?
Did you make a positive difference for others? Did Margaret Thatcher, was she part of breaking down barriers for others? And did she make a positive difference for others? Gosh.
She probably is the one who motivated Hillary Clinton to get into politics. I mean, in the 20th century, the longest-serving British prime minister, leader of the Conservative Party from 75 to 1990. I mean,
I'm sure there's any barriers that she broke down. Barriers that helped other people. Anything you can think of? Barrier. God, what could it be? Oh, I've got one.
Yes, Dan, please.
We just remembered the 30th anniversary, or just celebrated the 30th anniversary of it.
An actual barrier that came down, the Berlin Wall.
Yeah. See, if you remember, Margaret Thatcher and the alliance, the special relationship with the United States, Thatcher and Reagan, and the strong position that she took against the Soviet Union and the oppression that was going on in the Eastern Bloc, the Iron Curtain that descended from Stettin to Trieste. Margaret Thatcher was part and parcel. Margaret Thatcher, Ronald Reagan, JP2, Pope John Paul II. If you want to talk about world leaders during the 80s that are most proximately the reason the Soviet Union was relegated to the ash heap of history, it's those three individuals. Does that count? Is that removing a barrier? Ending totalitarian oppression across two continents? I don't know. Is that freeing up people? Does that make her a gutsy woman, Hillary and Chelsea? I also love the smarminess of Hillary. I always do, which is why she's a role model.
That's why she's unlikable and people couldn't vote for her.
It was
not because she's a woman.
It was clever how Margaret Thatcher fashioned herself, her dress, her hair to be more acceptable, as if Margaret Thatcher was a clown. She was an actress. She was Meryl Streep playing dress up. Is that what we're to believe? You didn't appreciate her Victorian style, Hillary Clinton, because you and Bill are getting hot and heavy in the Yale Law Library, huh? Yeah, woo! Sexual revolution, baby, huh? Margaret Thatcher's an old fuddy-duddy. Boo. It's clever what Margaret Thatcher did. Oh, she was clever. But the record is very uneven on Margaret Thatcher with respect to removing barriers that help people, making a positive difference in the lives of others. You know why? Because she didn't have, 52% of her cabinet be women. Because she didn't care about gender, she cared about performance.
Quality, yeah.
And then, then you get the Chelsea kicker. Chelsea even starting to talk like Hillary now. It's crucially important. You hear that?
Yeah, her cadence and her delivery. Yeah.
These are those two. And Chelsea's not, the little lioness anymore. She's an adult. She's fair target.
Yeah, mother of three. Yeah.
She's also an author. She's also, a political
Probably gonna
aspirant.
be
She's also part of the Clinton Foundation. She's all kinds of things. Here's the thing that she really is. She and Hillary, two of the most repugnant human beings in the Western world. Chelsea, the last decade. Hillary Clinton, the last 4 decades. Repugnant. They are disgusting human beings. To listen to them prattle on with what they believe are pieties. Hillary Clinton is just a remarkably despicable person. Remarkably despicable. She may be the most reprehensible politician in this country in the last 40 years. I don't know. There's a lot of competition. I'd have to think about it. But her staying power, I think, is part of the reason she's at the top of the list, because she's a cancer on the body politic. And that interview, boy, I'll tell you what, congratulations to Emma Barnett for keeping it together to listen to that about Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah, right over there.
I mean, it's just, seriously. We have so much. We have so much rewriting of history. I forget president. Who cares? Rewriting of history, just erasing people who were responsible for freeing hundreds of millions. As responsible as a politician can be. Mike on the north side. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. Thanks for taking my call. I think you ought to go a little easy on Chelsea Clinton.
No.
She's had a rough life. Listen, if you think she's repugnant, you would be due if Carl Hubble was your biological father and gave you those looks.
Okay. Thanks for the Webb Hubble conspiracy theory, Mike.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
The Lou Dobbs Financial Report is brought to you by Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Visit signaturebank.bank for your commercial banking needs.
I'm Lou Dobbs. The impeachment circus goes viral today. Jerome Powell back in the congressional spotlight, and Nissan profits tumble. Those stories next.
Guys, waking up over and over to urinate is not okay. But now, you can reduce those nighttime bathroom trips with the ingredients in Super Beta Prostate P3 Advanced. We're talking about less urges to urinate at night, less bathroom trips during the day, and better bladder emptying. It's like taking 3 prostate supplements in one. You can try a full 30-day bottle of P3 Advanced, free. Just pay shipping and handling. No strings attached, no obligations, and no commitments to buy. This is a 30-day supply, absolutely free. Call 1-800-424-7680. Super Beta Prostate is the best-selling brand in major retailers like Walmart. But for this no-strings-attached free bottle, you must call now. Call 1-800-424-7680. Don't miss out on this unprecedented free offer. 1-800-424-7680. 1-800-424-7680.
The House Intelligence Committee today starts 3 days of hearings as part of its long, drawn-out search for something, seemingly anything, on which to base its impeachment claims against President Trump. So far, nothing. All the major broadcast networks and cable news outlets plan to offer live gavel-to-gavel coverage and analysis of what the White House deems to be a purely partisan witch hunt and a national travesty. Across Capitol Hill, Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell gives testimony to Congress today about the state of the economy. He's not expected to signal any further interest rate cuts after cutting rates 3 times since summer. Also ahead, the Labor Department will report both consumer and wholesale inflation. Japanese car maker Nissan's third-quarter profits tumbled to half the previous year. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 o'clock and 10 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
10, 15, 20, 30-year term, whole life, universal life, index universal life, variable universal life, long-term care. Are you confused yet? No need to be. For nearly 3 decades, Northern Resource Group has assisted families and businesses understand the maze of insurance and safe money choices. Then, after careful analysis of your needs, they shop and search every leading company to find the best products and services for your family or business. Whether it's tax advantage policies, living benefits, simple term insurance, or something else, Northern Resource Group excels in selection, underwriting, and service. Call Chicagoland-based Northern Resource Group to receive your free, valuable, all-life report. It's packed with educational and easy-to-understand information. Call toll-free 888-762-8020 or visit northernresourcegroup.com. Northern Resource Group, Chicagoland's insurance and safe money professionals. That's 888-762-8020 or online at northernresourcegroup.com. Again, that number, 888-762-8020.
Balance of Nature, changing the world one life at a time.
I started taking them about 7.5 years ago. It was right after I lost my husband. My husband passed away. I was grieving so bad I wasn't eating at all. I mean, I just didn't care. And so I heard the advertisements on the radio, and I thought, well, my family's upset about me. I got to get myself straight, and I started taking them. So I always say they kind of saved my life, you know. They gave me back my life. I would say that.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Call or go online now and become a preferred customer, which gives you our best pricing and free shipping. And we will take an additional 35% off of your first order. This will be a limited time offer, so don't wait. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code CHICAGO.
Travel your way with the Apple Vacation Super Sale. With more destinations, more relaxation, and more fun, Apple Vacations puts affordable prices and unbeatable value right at your fingertips. It's all included: flights, hotels, meals, drinks, and ground transportation in one convenient package price. With up to 60% off and instant savings up to $600 at participating resorts. Choose your own adventure in Dominican Republic and explore all the stunning beaches and endless activities this island has to offer. For an unforgettable vacation full of serenity and adventure, Dominican Republic has it all. Call Carey Travel Express at 847-639-3300 or visit CareyTravelExpress.com to book your Apple vacation today. Savings valid at participating resorts on select dates from January through April 2020. Restrictions apply.
Are you looking for the perfect gift? I hope you'll check out Roland's Jewelers in downtown Libertyville. I love these guys. Mike Gallagher here at Roland's. Not only do they care about making America great again, they also care about making your holiday moments memorable. You know, buying jewelry is about trust. Roland's is the go-to place. You're going to see why when you visit RolandsJewelers.com or head to downtown Libertyville to work with them in person. It's no hassle. They'll show you pieces from the top designers, Simon G, with beautiful pendants. The Hearts on Fire diamond earrings are a great choice. Italian designer Roberto Coin's collection is gorgeous. Ken over at Roland's is offering up to $500 for AM 560 The Answer listeners. Not just for jewelry, but luxury timepieces, like the watch I wear from Roland's, Shinola, or Longines, or Tag Heuer. Your choice. Roland's Jewelers makes your gift giving easy. RolandsJewelers.com. Let them help you in-store in downtown Libertyville. Roland's Jewelers is a family-owned jeweler you can trust.
Hey, listen up. Is your child falling behind academically? Is he overwhelmed, distracted, or unable to focus? Does your daughter lack confidence? Well, it's not too late to consider the outstanding education and preparation for life that St. John's Northwestern Military Academy offers. For over 135 years, St. John's Northwestern has prepared teens for college and beyond within a safe, secure, and structured environment, free from distractions and optimal for learning. St. John's Northwestern attracts teens grades 7 through 12 from all over the country and all over the world who are capable of achieving more but just need guidance and encouragement to get there. St. John's Northwestern inspires personal growth through a commitment to academics, spiritual and character development, athletics, and a strong foundation essential for critical thinking and decision-making. St. John's Northwestern is located in the beautiful Lake County region of southeast Wisconsin. It's within driving distance of Chicago. I went there for myself. I even sent Peyton and Eli there for their summer camp because I trust the teachers and administrators at St. John's Northwestern. Check it out for yourself. You can go to YouTube, type in Amy Jacobson and then St. John's Northwestern, and you'll see for yourself. You'll meet the president, and you'll see where the campus is located. You could visit their beautiful 110 campus acre as well, too, by just calling this number and setting up a tour. The number is 1-800-SJ-CADET. That's 1-800-SJ-CADET. Or go online at sjnma.org. That's sjnma.org. St. John's Northwestern Military Academy. Leadership lives here.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, we're talking about the Hillary the Harridan and her daughter Chelsea and their disgraceful performance on this BBC interview program.
Promoting their book, Gutsy Women.
Writing Margaret Thatcher out of herstory because they can't think of a barrier that she tore down to benefit humanity, and the Berlin Wall doesn't count. Kurt and Lamont, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, guys. Good morning. I just wanted to mention, I just listened to a brief part of that talk that, you know, I voted for Margaret Thatcher, and she was exactly what the country needed. People maybe don't remember, but the UK was in a total mess before she got in. We had to go to the IMF for a bailout. The public unions were on strike all the time. It was really a total mess in the UK, and she turned everything around. And obviously she wasn't perfect, nobody is, but I really find it offensive that somebody needs to be dismissed and their achievements need to be dismissed because you don't agree with their politics.
Kurt, one other question for you. How offended were you by Amy's British accent?
Did you hear it when I said the bye-bye say?
Yeah, how offensive do you find that?
Well, you know what, Amy? You sound like my daughters trying to put on a British accent.
Exactly.
You know, you'll get there eventually.
Thanks for the call,
Thanks,
Kurt. Great point, and appreciate that about Thatcher. Yeah, it's remarkable, and that's one of the reasons Kurt's sort of pointing up why there was such a special friendship between Thatcher and Reagan, not just because of the alliance of the two countries historically, but also because you might remember in this country, Reagan inherited a bit of a mess from Jimmy Carter, and so they had similar challenges domestically, Thatcher and Reagan, and they had a enemy in common in the Soviet Union internationally, and it was a productive relationship and a great friendship forged in part through circumstance and in part through shared values.
Did you say values?
Shared values. I know that's a word the left likes to use, so I'll use it in the context of Reagan and Thatcher to make some heads pop off. And for Hillary Clinton to dismiss that all. But that's how domestic politics goes. It's one thing to do it in the BBC. You know, the forerunner to House of Cards on Netflix was the real House of Cards, the BBC, in the early 90s with Ian Richardson as Francis Urquhart. And that was in part a response to the Thatcher era. But But what Kurt from Lamont said about Thatcher is spot on, and Hillary Clinton's inability to countenance anyone she disagrees with is a perfect representation of what the left has become in this country. So in some respects, Hillary Clinton is a woman for the moment, at least with respect to the Democrat Socialists, and that's a sad commentary on both of them.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
we'll talk a little bit about Trump's speech before the Economic Club of New York at 7:07.
And 8:08, you don't want to miss it. Nikki Haley joins us. But first, let's get into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
A man killed in a crash on the far south side and a man killed in a Bensonville fire. WIND, Chicago News Time, 7.
It starts in 2 hours. I'm Dave Anthony, Fox News. The first public hearing in the House impeachment inquiry.
There was a concerted effort by this administration through various sources to persuade Ukraine to get involved in investigating one of the president's political rivals.
And that is at the heart of all this. Congressman Dan Kildee and other Democrats have likened it to bribery and extortion. The first two witnesses to testify today are Bill Taylor, the top U.S. diplomat in Ukraine, and Deputy Assistant Secretary of State George Kent. President Trump calls all this a scam. Republicans will defend him. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, Republicans will try to make a case of hearsay that Kent and Taylor had no firsthand knowledge of military aid being withheld in exchange for investigations into the 2016 election and the Bidens. House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy is upset Democrats will not allow Republicans to bring their own witnesses, telling Fox and Friends,
"We can't have the whistleblower who this all started from, an individual who was not even on the phone call."
GOP sources say Republicans will argue there was no deliverable, no promise to investigate the Bidens. There were no investigations. Dave?
Rachel, Turkey's leader goes to the White House today with some big issues to discuss. Turkey's recent incursion into Syria, attacking Kurds who'd been U.S. allies fighting ISIS. And the U.S. is concerned Turkey, a NATO ally, bought an air defense system from Russia. A federal court has put a halt to warrantless searches at airports and ports of entry, going through travelers' phones and laptops.
The ACLU called the searches fishing expeditions and say border officers must now show suspicion of contraband before they can search a device. The government has said the searches were necessary as a tool to protect America.
Fox's Lisa Lacera. It's a lot colder than normal, below freezing in more than two-thirds of the country. The wind chill makes it feel like it's in the teens from Texas to North Carolina, 0 in Chicago.
My legs are pretty cold. Because, you bundle up, waist up, legs very cold. Layers everywhere.
There's even a dusting of snow down to Tennessee. America's listening to Fox News.
Skies are gray. We have 14 degrees at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago's unseasonably cold weather keeps on setting records. O'Hare reaching a high of only 17 yesterday, smashing the old record of 28. This morning, an elderly man is dead following a house fire in Bensonville. The blaze broke out yesterday in the basement of a tri-level home along Church Road near the White Pines Golf Course. Cause is under investigation. A Chicago man who has already served time for a 1991 murder could be headed to trial. Demetrius Johnson had his conviction overturned and was granted a new trial yesterday. Cook County prosecutors still intend on trying him despite allegations of misconduct by a notorious ex-Chicago police detective, Reynaldo Guevara, tied to that case. Mayor Lightfoot is not ruling out a property tax hike unless Chicago gets more help from state lawmakers.
Can't take property taxes entirely off the table, but we're working tirelessly both here and also in Chicago to avoid a substantial property tax increase.
The mayor wanted a revamped tax rate for a Chicago casino and the power to hike taxes on expensive real estate deals, and left Springfield without either deal in place. Chicago sports, Kobe White, 27 points, 7 three-pointers in the final quarter. Bulls beat the Knicks 120-102. College hoops, Notre Dame beat Howard. Northern Illinois knocked off by Iowa State, and Loyola fell to Coppin State. The news service of Staples Print and Marketing Services makes connecting with clients and loved ones easy with hundreds of holiday templates. And right now, you can get 20% off select custom cards and invitations. Ends 12/28/19, limit 1. Visit staples.com/holiday cards or store for details. Staples. 7:04, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The mainstream media wants to divide Americans into neat little groups, and they want you to believe that everyone in each of those groups thinks alike. John Anthony and Charles Love are here to blow up that lie. Join them for Black and Right this Saturday at 1 p.m. when they expose the lies of the media and the hypocrisy of the left and have fun doing it. It's Black and Right this Saturday at 1 p.m. right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Prescription products require an online physician consultation and are only available if the physician determines a prescription is appropriate. Subscription required. See website for full details and important safety information.
Hey guys, good news. The outrageously expensive little blue pill is now generic, which means you can get the prescription medication to treat ED at affordable prices. And Hims makes it extra affordable. And right now, get your first online visit totally free when you go to 4hims.com/joy. Sure beats paying for an in-office doctor's appointment, doesn't it? Plus, you won't need to deal with awkward face-to-face conversations to get your prescription. Hims connects you to doctors online who can evaluate you and, if appropriate, prescribe the medication. And a pharmacy sends it right to your door. Hims makes it affordable, private, and incredibly easy. Nobody likes dealing with ED. Now, thanks to Hims, nobody has to. And that's really good news. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, 4hims.com/joy. That's 4hims.com/joy for your free online visit. FORHIMS.com/joy.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Larry Nora, founder and CEO of U-Store-It, a network of award-winning self-storage facilities in the Chicago area, and a customer of Signature Bank. We've developed over 70 storage centers throughout the city and suburbs, and our business continues to grow. We need a bank who understands the neighborhoods and communities where we are making investments. We found that in Signature Bank. They know this city and its neighborhoods because they are based right here in Chicago. Finding a local banking institution like Signature Bank has been critical to the success of U-Store-It, and we look forward to a long-term relationship.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
At Panera, get breakfast that's fast, not fast food. Try a new Chipotle chicken scrambled egg and avocado breakfast wrap and pair it with a premium freshly ground, freshly brewed coffee. All ready to go with the push of a button. Panera, food as it should be.
7:06 on AM 560. Time for a dry basement and a healthy home. Time to call Permaseal. 800-421-SEAL. And a check of the roads with Jim Talamonte.
About Eden's traffic is slow going from Toohey to the junction. 28 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 21. Kennedy, 36 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. 15 from Montrose. 20 in the express lanes. They're heavier. Outbound now 45 minutes downtown to the airport. About Eisenhower, 54 minutes. 390 to downtown. 40 from Manheim. Outbound 34 to 390. Stevenson, 52 minutes. 355 to the drive. Ryan, 25 minutes. 95th to downtown. I-57, Bishop Ford, both 24 minutes. I-80 to the merge. The northbound tri-state has delays. 95th to 47th, and from the Reagan Zoe to Lawrence. Northbound Veterans Memorial is slow going. 75th Street to Maple. That's traffic. I'm Jim Talamonte. On AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. In our 1-hour heating and air conditioning weather center, our meteorologist Steve Williams.
Clouds and cold for today, the high 28. It'll be cloudy tonight, a bit of snow accumulating up to an inch. Low tonight at 23. Partial sun tomorrow, the high 32. And then sunny Friday, the high at 36. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
We didn't get anywhere near the record low for the overnight. We stayed around 14. It's where we're at right now, officially at O'Hare, 15 Lakeside. Your next news update is at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the Alpha Wealth Group, bringing the trilogy of estate, tax, and investment planning together. Visit alphawealthgroup.com for a free report.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. President Trump delivering a speech on the economy before the Economic Club of New York yesterday, summarizing his first 3 years in office.
I refuse to accept that Americans had to lower their expectations or give up on their dreams. America is the single greatest country in the world, and I knew that working together, we could make it even greater. In 2016, I stood before you, supremely confident in what our people could achieve if government stopped punishing American workers and started promoting American workers and American companies. Our middle class was being crushed under the weight of a punitive tax code, oppressive regulations, one-sided trade deals, and an economic policy that put America's interest last, and a very deep last at that. I knew that if we lifted these burdens from our economy and unleashed our people to pursue their ambitions and realize their limitless potential, then economic prosperity would come thundering back to our country at a record speed. That's what's happening. Today, I'm proud to stand before you as President of the United States to report that we have delivered on our promises and exceeded our expectations by a very wide margin.
What have unleashed Americans achieved over the last 3 years?
Manufacturing was supposed to be dead in our country. You would need, according to a past administration representative, at the highest level of that past administration, you would need a magic wand to bring back manufacturing jobs. Well, we brought them back, and we brought them back to over 600,000 manufacturing jobs as of today.
Is it just the rich getting richer?
Nearly 7 million people have been lifted off, very importantly, food stamps. 7 million people off of food stamps. And we're getting Americans off of welfare and back into the workforce. Nearly 2.5 million Americans have risen out of poverty. That's a record. The rate of African American and Hispanic American families in poverty has plummeted to the lowest level ever recorded.
And how about some comparisons over the last two administrations, 3 including the Trump administration, as it pertains to median household income? You know, middle-income families, how are they doing?
American wages, salaries, and incomes are rising very fast. Median household income is now at the highest level in the history of our country. The average median income under President Bush rose only $400 over an 8-year period. Under President Obama, it rose $975 over an 8-year period. And under my administration, it rose $5,000 over slightly more than just 2.5 years. That's a big difference.
And it doesn't include the purchasing power difference.
In addition to the $5,000, we have to add $2,200 for the tax cuts, average tax cuts, and $2,000 to $3,000 for regulatory and energy cuts. So that would be a total of almost $10,000 versus $400 and versus $975.
Making more, paying less in taxes, unless you're in a high-tax state, and hey, that's the choice you made. That's the life you chose. And increasing your purchasing power. I'll tell you what, not to mention people being able to lift themselves out of dependency and into productivity. That's a pretty good rundown for a Russian asset, I'd say. Pretty good idea. Pretty good for this country, considering the guy's being run by Putin, as I understand it, from the left. And President Trump addressed the left in his close because all that's been achieved, that is not guaranteed.
But everything that we've achieved is under threat from the left-wing ideology that demands absolute conformity, relentless regulation, and a top-down control of the entire U.S. economy. Far-left politicians in our nation's capital want a massive government takeover of health care. They want to give government bureaucrats domination over every aspect of your business and your life. They want to eliminate American oil and natural gas. They want to enlist us in global projects designed to redistribute American wealth and kill American jobs all over our nation. Washington's Democrats and their radical agenda of socialism would demolish our economy, reinstate the avalanche of regulations that have already ended, decimate the middle class, and totally bankrupt our nation. As long as I'm president, America will never be a socialist country.
That's a nice follow-on our discussion at the end of last hour on the 30th anniversary of the Berlin Wall coming down. For more on the topic, we're pleased to be joined by Dr. Christian Niemitz. She is the head of political economy at the Institute of Economic Affairs, author of Universal Healthcare Without the NHS, Towards a Patient-Centered Health System, and Socialism, the Failed Idea That Never Dies. Dr. Niemitz, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
No, thank you. Thanks for having me.
So, I think I said she. I'm sorry.
Right.
I was looking at Nikki Haley, who we have at the top of the next hour. I apologize for that.
No worries.
Dr. Niemitz, so what President Trump had to say amid all the bluster about impeachment and everything else, sort of coming back to a theme he started with over the summer and is now revisiting, which is, hey, this is a choice between a centrally planned economy and at least something that approaches a respect for free minds and free markets.
Sorry, say again. The connection is pretty poor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Did you hear me? Dr. Niemitz, can you hear us? I was just asking what you think about President Trump framing this choice in 2020 as a choice between the socialism the left is promoting in so many quarters and the capitalism and the results of it that he was describing.
All right. Well, I don't know the exact policy program of whoever he's going to run against. But it seems to me socialists on your side of the pond in the United States are trying to have it both ways at the moment. You've got people who advocate proper socialism, a system like in Venezuela, even though they probably wouldn't mention that example for PR reasons. And then you get people like Bernie Sanders talking about Denmark and Sweden as positive examples. But of course, those are not socialist economies. Those are capitalist economies with fairly high taxes, but they're still clearly market-based. They have private enterprise, market mechanisms, market prices. So it seems like they can't really make up their mind what they actually want.
And, I mean, think about what is being proposed in so many quarters, as President Trump mentioned, the takeover of the American health insurance and, by extension, care system as modeled after, I guess, the UK would be, or Canada would be the closest approximations. Think about some of those proposals against the backdrop of this 30th anniversary we just celebrated, the fall of the Berlin Wall, and what lessons from the 1980s are not being remembered or being purposely discarded by so many politicians in the West.
Well, there's loads of those. I don't think we've ever properly learned the right lessons from the fall of the Berlin Wall. It's just that the division of Germany into a capitalist and a socialist part was a natural experiment of sorts. You had almost identical starting conditions, and then one part of it became one of the world's economic powerhouses, and the other one became a shortage economy. The reason for that is, of course, that it showed that you cannot replace market prices as signals of information, and you cannot replace competition as a form of trial and error process, a way of testing different business models against each other, finding out gradually what works and what doesn't. That's something that socialist economies don't have, and to a lesser extent, that would also be true in a socialized healthcare system. It's not a big secret that the American healthcare system in particular has problems. Costs are extremely high, and there is an uninsured population. But then again, there are market-based alternatives to that. There are plenty of European countries that have market-based healthcare systems and that nonetheless offer universal access. So in Switzerland, for example, everyone has private insurance. Same in the Netherlands, in a different way, same in Germany. There are those models out there. You don't have to have a government take over and of the entire sector and have a state-run healthcare system. And we've got that here in Britain, but it's one of the worst healthcare systems in at least Western Europe, I would say. We've got longer waiting lists, worse outcomes.
Well, and in point of fact, too, there was a story yesterday that NICE, and I prefer using NICE rather than NHS because it's so much more Orwellian. NICE, the National Institute for Healthcare and Excellence, that's what it's called. NICE is not so nice. A autism patient that was held in seclusion by the state-run health commissars for 3 years, and now you've got all these ministers rushing to apologize for it and say they're going to rectify the situation?
Yeah, that would be one of the more extreme examples. But of course, rationing is going on all the time. It is often the case that, for example, when a new medicine is introduced, that it's quite easy to get it in Western Europe, and in Britain it's only introduced with years of delay. And these are the rationing decisions that you have to make inevitably in a system in which everything is, in theory, free at a point of use.
But don't some companies offer private health insurance? So you don't have to use the government's?
Yes, you can get private health insurance through your employer, but only about 10% of the population have it. What happens is once you have a nationalized healthcare sector, there is little room for a private sector, and that means to the extent that it exists at all, it would be a luxury sector. So private healthcare here is associated with luxury. Whereas in other systems, for example, in Australia, about half of the population has private health insurance.
Mm-hmm. The topic of socialism and how it's sold, because it's being sold the same way again here, and I suppose the UK as well, the West in general. You make this point in your book about socialism, the failed idea that never dies. The reason it never dies is because people are always wooed by the good intentions, and whether those intentions are truly good or not, the outcome turns out to be the same.
Yes, absolutely. It has nothing to do with the intentions. I don't doubt that socialist revolutionaries of the past had good intentions. But it's just the totalitarianism is inherent in a planned economy. Once you do away with private property, once you do away with market signals, there is only one way left to coordinate your economy, and that is through command and control, and also the threat of, in the worst case, the labor camp, the forced labor camp.
The point of a gun.
That's not a political choice. It's not that they come to power with the intention of building terrible dystopias. It's just that once you have no other ways, no market ways of coordinating economic activity, they find out that that's the only thing you have left.
How did you receive Angela Merkel's comments on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the Berlin Wall coming down, where she essentially tried to compare the wall coming down 30 years ago in Berlin to the wall politics of America today and walls that are being built to protect national boundaries? She essentially suggested that the walls shouldn't be built to keep people out, and that was the case in East Germany, when in point of fact, we know it was quite the opposite, don't we?
Yes, the two aren't comparable. I'm not a fan of either wall, but I wouldn't compare them. I would oppose them for different reasons. But that's always the problem when you use a historical symbol like that and try to use it to make a point about political choices of today. It usually doesn't fit very well. There was a couple of years ago, Mikhail Gorbachev tried to do the same thing when he tried to reinvent himself as a climate change activist and tried to somehow make a leap from the Berlin Wall to climate change. But no, I would say leave those historical symbols in the past and to talk about them in the proper context. Don't try to instrumentalize them for point scoring today.
He is Dr. Christian Niemitz. He's the head of political economy at the Institute of Economic Affairs, the author of Universal Healthcare Without the NHS, Towards a Patient-Centered Healthcare System, and Socialism, the Failed Idea That Never Dies, we were just referencing. He's got a good piece in spectator.us about the fall of the Berlin Wall and the lessons to be learned. Dr. Niemitz, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
No, thank you for the invitation.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper, hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Want your home's furnace to stay safe and reliable? And want to prevent any potential problems before they happen? At your local 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning, we recommend an annual furnace inspection and tune-up. Right now, get big savings on a furnace tune-up. Call 855 1 Hour. Because not taking care of your furnace, that's just cold.
Your comfort is just a call away. Call 1 Hour.
Terms and conditions may apply. Call for details. Independently owned and operated. Licensed in the respective state or county.
Do something for yourself. Boost your immune system. Sleep better at night. Have more energy during the day. Of course, I'm talking about Balance of Nature. With 6 capsules of Balance of Nature, you're getting 10 servings of 31 fruits and veggies. I know a lot of people take 3 in the morning and then 3 at night. It's certainly helping me with my leg cramps that used to wake me up in the middle of the night, my toe cramps. Those are gone. Why? Because Balance of Nature, again, has 31 different fruits and veggies in those capsules. There's no dyes or preservatives. It's all natural. And you've heard the stories right here on this station about how Balance of Nature has dramatically changed people's lives. And the next story could be yours, but you have to order Balance of Nature today. When you call the 800 number, ask about Dr. Howard's Health Challenge. Their number to call is 800-246-8751. That's 800-246-8751. Use discount code Chicago, and voila, 35% off your first order plus free shipping. Or simply go to balanceofnature.com and use the discount code Chicago.
No matter how long it's been, when you're back together, you still get that good old-fashioned feeling. Even though you've been apart, it's as though you've never left. That's right. Football season is back.
Reignite your spark right here on the Husky Sports Network.
It's the Huskies versus the Toledo Rockets tonight at 7. Don't miss a minute of the action right here on AM 560. The Answer.
You do not have to live in pain. Chronic pain is the worst, whether it's from an accident or pain that just develops. Chicagoland, you're in luck. Dr. Ken Candido is one of the nation's most respected and successful pain doctors. He's been voted one of Chicago's best pain doctors several times. Bottom line, he's the pain doctor you need. Dr. Candido of Chicago Anesthesia and Pain Specialists will help you get off pain medication and all of the side effects. How? By finding the source of your chronic pain and fixing it.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. Let's make you pain-free.
Call Dr. Ken Candido and make an appointment with a cutting-edge, respected, and successful pain physician. Go to mypainchicago.com. That's mypainchicago.com. Thousands have been helped with their chronic pain, and you could be the next one. Get the phone number and all the info you need at mypainchicago.com. That's mypainchicago.com.
Listeners have helped build MyPillow into the amazing company that it is, and now Mike Lindell, the inventor and CEO of MyPillow, wants to give it back, wants to pay it forward to the listeners, and you can get deep discounts on all MyPillow products by going to MyPillow.com, clicking on the new radio listener special box, and typing Amy in there. The MyPillow towels are out. They come in an array of different colors to choose from. Bath towels, the hand towels that you can use in your half bath or your powder room, and washcloths. They're very absorbent and soft. So go to MyPillow.com and get 30% off everything, including the mattress toppers, the Giza cotton sheets, by typing Amy, A-M-Y, in that promo code, MyPillow.com, promo code Amy.
AM 560. The Answer.
Dan and Amy, and I have 2 questions, the intersection of sports and politics here.
Yes.
2 questions. One is, should the Chicago Bears pick up Colin Kaepernick because, Chicago values?
Oh, right.
That's my first question. My second question is, should the Salvation Army abandon Christianity so Ellie Goulding is comfortable singing singing at the halftime of the Cowboys Thanksgiving Day game?
Oh.
Because NFL values. What do you think? Pick up Kaepernick and force the Salvation Army to dump Christianity? You can take Cap. You're more of a sports nut. I'll take the Salvation Army. Ellie Goulding threatened to cancel her planned halftime performance at the Cowboys Thanksgiving Day game unless the Salvation Army issues a show of support for marriage redefinition. Wow. I've reached out to the Salvation Army and said that I would have no choice but to pull out unless they very quickly make a solid, committed pledge or donation to the LGBTQ community, wrote Goulding. I'm a committed philanthropist. Of course you are. My heart has always been helping the homeless, but supporting an anti-LGBTQ charity is clearly not something I would ever intentionally do. The Salvation Army said, of course, an individual's sexual or gender identity, religion, etc., have no bearing on our willingness to provide service. We stand firmly behind our mission to meet human needs in His, capital H, name, without discrimination. I don't know if they'll renounce their Christianity, Ellie. So, boy, but my Thanksgiving will be lessened by not hearing Ellie sing at the halftime of the Cowboys game, but I'll push on.
Colin Kaepernick, by the way, he has a private workout, like a tryout for the 32 teams in the NFL. I think that this might be part of his settlement with remember the lawsuit that he settled with the NFL?
Oh,
because he thinks that all the teams colluded against him because
how much
he took
did he get?
It was in the millions.
60 million?
60.
That
yeah.
wasn't enough?
No, so he has this private workout at an undisclosed location where it's going to include on-field workouts and interview time with the former San Francisco 49ers quarterback. If you can't go, they're going to have access to video of the session. So
please,
managers can see coaches can see for themselves if they want to have Kaepernick on their team.
Well, I'm sure Lori Lightfoot would like Colin Kaepernick picked up by the Bears, but as a Bears fan and on behalf of Bears fans, please don't let the front office watch that Kaepernick workout because remember, this is a front office that chose Trubisky over Mahomes.
I know,
and Watson. So you don't want to encourage them when it comes to selecting quarterbacks.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer,
what we can learn from Oscar the Grouch at 7:37.
But now let's head straight into that newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
By the way, the private workout will be held at Flowery Branch, the Falcons facility, on Saturday. It's not private. Everyone knows where.
They said it was private.
Everyone knows where the workout's going to be.
But I wonder if anyone's going to show up to his big party.
I bet Matty Football will show up just to make sure he continues to be able to quarterback the Falcons.
Maybe. That's true. 14 degrees, cloudy skies outside. Chicago's unseasonably cold weather. It keeps on setting records. O'Hare reaching a high only of 17 yesterday, smashing the previous record of 28. House impeachment inquiry into President Trump enters a new phase this morning. Reporter Hallie Jackson is on Capitol Hill.
Two top diplomats coming on this first day of public hearings for these impeachment proceedings. Democrats and Republicans have both been preparing for this for a while. Sources tell us that both parties have been holding these kind of practice sessions to go through how today might go.
Bill Taylor and George Kent will be in the witness chair today. On Friday, the Intel Committee will hear from ousted Ukraine Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch. Police are investigating after a 19-year-old member of a Washington State University fraternity was found dead. Police have not identified the victim from the Alpha Tau Omega house. Scientists may have finally figured out what causes hiccups. It's a new study from the University College London, finding that hiccups actually help babies regulate their breathing. Apparently, newborns' hiccups cause brain signals that help babies learn how to monitor their breathing muscles. However, researchers say hiccups have no known advantage for us adults. At 7:32, Chicago sports found Kobe White on fire last night. Franchise record 7 threes in the final quarter as the Bulls beat the Knicks 120-102. Blackhawks visit the Golden Knights tonight. College hoops, Northern Illinois knocked off by Iowa State. Loyola fell to Coppin State. The news a service of Allstate. With an Allstate agent, you get a local expert and help finding the best coverage for you. And because they live in your community, you can always count on them to be there when you need them most. Plus, when you bundle home and auto, you can save. So call your local Allstate agent today. Are you in good hands? 7:33, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher believes it's way too early to look at 2020.
We are 1 year out. My team gave me an article, some 9-page article with Election 1 year away. Here are the predictions of the winners and the losers. Sorry, guys, I threw it out. I don't care what the polls say right now about Trump beats Warren, but he doesn't beat Biden. We're a year out. Lord knows what these lunatics are going to try to do in the next 12 months.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, it's Mark Olson.
And Greg Olson.
The boys from Crumweedy Home Pros.
Call Crumweedy. Yep, that's us.
Listen, we know it was a horrible winter,
followed by a horrible spring.
You may have held off thinking about getting your project done with the crazy weather we've had, but we want you to know we prepared for that.
Our pros are ready to work overtime if needed to get your project done before the next horrible winter.
No, not another rough winter. This past one was bad enough.
Call us today, and we'll get it done right, and we'll get it done now.
Call Crumweedy.
Whoa, guys, don't forget, we offer 12 months, same as cash. Now, go ahead, carry on.
Roofs, gutters, windows, and siding.
You know you can trust Crumweedy to do a great job and give you a fair price.
630-595-8020.
And watch out for the door-to-door fly-by-night guys. Here today, gone forever. You deserve better.
Call us now for special offers on roofs, windows, siding, and gutters.
Call Crumweedy.
630-595-8020.
Crumweedy Home Pros. We're ready.
Townstone Financial is synonymous with great rates, low closing costs, and phenomenal service to the thousands who have completed purchases and refinances with us since 2002. Hi, my name is Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Let's hear from Jim, who just completed a no-cost refinance with Townstone Financial.
I would recommend Townstone to anybody, and I do. I always knew where we were. I knew the dates. I knew when I had to have information. There was no fire drills. The overall experience was, off the charts. I've not experienced, there's very few companies that I've encountered that really deliver that customer experience, and that's what sets you guys apart, hands down.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now at 312-896-2110. That's 312-896-2110, or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financial is licensed in Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, NMLS 136639, www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org, equal housing lender.
A lost dog, not a lost cause. Read Catching Murphy, the latest book from the Associated Press, available now exclusively at Amazon.com.
7:36 in the AM 560 Traffic Center. Jim Talamonte.
Eastbound Reagan Tollway traffic is slow going from 25 to Paola. Inbound Eisenhower has big delays now. It's an hour from 390 to downtown, 45 minutes from Manheim. Eden's 28 minutes Lake Cook to Junction. Kennedy, 50 minutes. O'Hare to downtown takes longer than the express lane. Stevenson, 54 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Lyon, 35 minutes, 95th to downtown. I-57, Bishop Ford, both 25 minutes from I-80 to the Verge. Northbound Tri-State is stuffed up, 111th to the Stevenson with a crash in the left lane. Then Plainfield Road to Ogden from the Reagan Toll in Lawrence. Northbound Veterans Memorial. Traffic slow I-55 to the Reagan Tollway. And from the Army Trail Toll to 290. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. From the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center, cloudy and cold today, a high of 28. Currently, we have 14 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
No Victocrats allowed. Why? Because we've got a country to save. Join me, Larry Elder, tonight starting at 7 on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. The show of leftist Muppets is about to begin this morning. Time to light the lights.
Raise the curtain.
Yeah.
They dolled up the place, too. They put in this, like, bunting and navy blue drapes behind them to give it more serious effect, I think.
Until it'll be an august affair. Good piece, speaking of Muppets, in the Wall Street Journal. Really fun piece by Colin Fleming, author. He writes of Oscar the Grouch. Oscar the Grouch, what can we learn from Oscar the Grouch? He's not the sort to suffer a fool. He's not desperate to make a friend. But if you're also of a questing spirit, he'll take you to his grouchy bosom.
My grandma always used to say that. Come rest your head on my bosom.
Oscar's a real friend for life, not one for social media back scratching. Think about Oscar the Grouch, how important Oscar the Grouch was in your development. Well, Sesame Street. Oscar digs a joke, and if that canard is at his expense, he rejects you for having a go. He respects you for having a go. He doesn't consider your jest an attack or assault. If you panned Oscar's favorite band, he'd want to find out why. He wouldn't slam his lid for that. That's good grouching. Good grouching. A good grouch has a high capacity for respect, for dishing it out, but reserving it for those who earn it. The grouch differs from most of us in that his respect isn't automatically given to everyone. Respect isn't some participation trophy. Are you a good grouch? 312-642-5600. Turnkey.pro answer line. 64636DA. Turnkey.pro text line.
Are you a good grouch?
Yeah.
Oh.
I love Oscar the I love that Oscar the Grouch analysis. This is great. This is really good. And it's also true. And he gives a good example of it. The Johnny Cash episode, which endears this piece to me even more, as Johnny Cash is my favorite musical artist. Johnny Cash
I'm Johnny Cash.
on Sesame Street with Oscar the Grouch singing Nasty Dan.
Really?
Old Nasty Dan was the meanest man I ever knew. He'd stomp and scream and be real mean the whole day through.
Amen, brother.
He'd frown a bunch, he ate nails for lunch and he'd never laugh.
Well, I'd like him.
He'd growl and yell and I heard tell that he never took a bath. Nasty Dan.
Nasty Dan.
Was a nasty man. Hard to understand. That Nasty Dan.
Wait, it's your theme song.
Look how
Now
Oscar the Grouch is enjoying
was
this.
a nasty man the whole day long.
Good for him.
He'd go where he could and he'd try real good to make things go wrong.
Oh, yeah.
He'd jump for joy when a little boy would trip and fall.
Really mean.
And the only words that he ever said were, I don't like you at all.
Yeah, right on.
Dan was a nasty man. Hard to understand. That Nasty Dan. Now here's the best part. It's about a girl named Nasty Pearl.
Oh,
Nasty
she sounds
Pearl.
okay, too.
Nasty Pearl was a nasty girl who met Dan somehow.
Yeah?
She said, you're like me, rotten as can be. Let's get married now. So they went and they did and had a nasty kid, and I must confess that Dan pretty much leaves everybody alone now. And he doesn't bother anybody anymore, 'cause he just lives in his nasty old house with his nasty old wife and his nasty kid.
Yeah?
In nasty happiness.
Far out.
Nasty Dan. He's a happy man.
Yeah.
Hard to understand. That Nasty Dan.
Wow, it has taken this long for you to bring that song to us.
I love it. Isn't that great?
Where did you find that? It's the damn Profster. I mean,
I'm looking for.
What?
I'm looking for my Nasty Pearl.
You can have nasty children.
Colin Fleming, going back to his piece. I love Oscar's reaction to this bit with Johnny Cash. This is his turf. This is Grouch stuff. But he grips his chin like Rodin's thinker and exclaims, I'd like him, before contributing backing vocals. All in, baby. That's what a good Grouch does. He goes all in. When to go all in is a question of discernment, which in turn hinges on equitable judgment. It demands that you hold your thinking to high standards. You're allowed to search wide and love hard. You're allowed to think critically, and you have your cogent reasons for why. When you truly love something, when you understand how it's put together, what it offers, why it works, you come to better know what doesn't gel, what's stuffing, and what's substance. The Grouch is a good critic. Good grouching.
Wow.
Good grouching. Huh? This is a great analysis. I never thought about Oscar the Grouch this way, but now thinking about not just the Johnny Cash bit, but thinking about other Grouchisms, going back and looking at old Sesame Street clips on YouTube, it's really a spot-on analysis. It's really quite good. And I think that's right. I mean, this is the idea, grouchy, irascible. A good grouch has a high capacity for respect, for dishing it out, but reserving it for those who earn it. The grouch differs from most of us in that his respect isn't automatically given to everyone. You treat everybody with courtesy. Conferring respect is a different thing. You treat everybody in a dignified way. Earning respect is a different thing. It's an important distinction, actually.
312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. 64636. Type in DA, then a quick comment.
Noted Oscar the Grouch historian James in Westmont joins us now. James, thanks for the call.
Scream. According to Carol Spinney, who was the Oscar the Grouch performer,
yes,
when he met with Jim Henson to talk about working with him, Jim took him to his favorite diner, whose waiter happened to be what Oscar the Grouch was based off of. He was not a very nice waiter, but he brought you your food on time. He was very, respectful to his clients, and he also loved helping people in need. So that's where Jim Henson got the idea, and Carol Spinney saw that, and that's what he incorporated into the performance. And the voice of Oscar Grouch happened to be a cab driver from the Bronx. So he put the two together, and that's how he got Oscar the Grouch. And if you remember, he was originally orange.
Yes, I do remember that. Now, James, give us the backstory on Snuffleupagus, since you're a Sesame Street font.
Yes, I'm so full of useless knowledge. Oscar the Grouch was the figment of Big Bird's imagination. Carol Spinney, again, was the performer of Big Bird, and he was initially the figment of his imagination as his friend. And it wasn't until in the later seasons where everybody else could start seeing Snuffleupagus.
Because it was a figment of it.
This is really, I'm impressed with your Sesame Street knowledge. Now, let me ask you a question. Do you agree, since you're an expert in this space, I'm conferring to you expert status, do you agree with this gentleman, Colin Fleming's analysis about good grouching and what Oscar the Grouch represented?
That's actually the most perfect analysis that I've ever heard. And Carol Spinney's book, by the way, I recommend it if you can get it. It's a short read, but it's a really nice book. I believe it's called The Wisdom of Big Bird and Oscar. And according to Carol Spinney, Oscar had the heart of gold because there was also a man he knew that was a very grouchy man, but he was willing to give food to people in need, while the quote-unquote nice lady next door will take all the food for herself. So
yeah, exactly.
There's some really good analysis in that book, and it's actually a really good book. So if you, I actually have it. So if you, if you want to,
I do. I want to borrow it.
Can find it.
I want to borrow it.
Yeah.
I want to borrow it. Now, I don't want any books about Bert and Ernie. I don't want to go there.
No.
But
no.
Thanks for the call, James. Appreciate that. You get that? The gruff exterior belying a heart of gold. Good grouching. Be a good grouch. That's what you should be teaching Peyton and Eli. And tell Peyton to keep plying his craft as a chef, because that benefits me.
And now he's not trying out for basketball because he's playing the bass.
Really?
Yes. Mama Bear's not happy.
This guy, again, a big guy, but really he's an artist. A big exterior that hides the artist's sense.
He wants to focus on football and volleyball.
No, well, volleyball instead of basketball, that's offensive.
Excuse me. There's more scholarships given to volleyball players than basketball players.
My dismissal of volleyball, you know what that was in comparison to basketball?
You're being grouchy.
Good grouching.
Well, I don't know if it's so good. Well,
it's good grouching. Good grouching. Speaking of bad grouching, the counter.
Oh, dear Lord.
Sean from Elmwood Park.
Hi, Sean.
Hi. Too bad James didn't focus on something constructive. He'd be calling us from his plane and maybe get past the first date. About halfway through, Amy's circus music in her head kicked in. Yeah, it's just outrageous.
Grouching.
How you doing, Amy? You old bag?
Hey,
50, huh?
Bad grouching.
It's wonderful. It's like having a racehorse from this point out. Every time your husband talks to you, to be a new ailment.
Are you just providing a counter example, or do you have something to say of import?
What has happened in history of America when we give trust to strangers? Can you tell me something? You're calling me from that sewer of Illinois, where the good people of Illinois have given trust and money.
I didn't call you.
You called us.
I did not call you.
You sure you didn't call me? Somebody called me. Anyway,
no, I promise.
They've given money and trust to strangers. And look at what happens every single time.
Bad
You know, Prof, you can change things. You have the clout. You put together an Illinois party where we start interrogating these son of dogs, and you will produce some good politicians.
Okay.
Don't trust any one of them.
Thank
All
you.
the money should be held in escrow.
All right, thank you for the call. Bad grouchy. Bad grouching. That's Sean from Mount Park. Good grouching.
Damn proud. Nasty darn.
He's a nasty man. Randy and Sterliette, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Just a little historical note on Snuffleupagus.
Oh, good.
Originally, he was an imaginary friend, and they always had these coincidences where the people would always come in at the last second when he'd left and be gone. The creators of the show were looking at that and saying, hey, what happens if these 3-year-olds who are what Snuffleupagus was supposed to be reflecting here, or 4-year-olds, were going to their parents and saying, but it's real, and trying to tell them something real, and they won't believe them. So they wanted people to understand that when Big Bird was telling the truth, he had to be believed. That's why they outed Snuffy.
I didn't know that this was such a hotly debated topic in Sesame Street quarters. Randy, can you give us any color on Cookie Monster?
I'd have to go into my house and pull out my book. It's called Sesame Street Unpaved, large coffee table book.
What about emo?
I love it. All right, Randy, I want to borrow James's book on Oscar the Grouch and Big Bird, and I want to borrow Sesame Street Unpaved. Wait, is that like the inside story on Sesame Street? I love this. That's great.
It's a beautiful hardcover coffee table book. It goes through every character, gives you a bio on them, gives you background on the entire show.
I'm writing this down.
Maria's pregnancy and how they filmed that.
You know what? Sesame Street Unpaved. I'm going to give that to myself for Christmas. Thanks for the call, Randy. That's good grouching.
Okay.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Balance of Nature. Changing the world, one life at a time.
Back in like January, February, I'd like get home, make myself something to eat, blah, blah, blah. My girlfriend works nights. By like 8:30, 8 o'clock, I'd be in bed. I'm sitting there thinking, okay, if this is what the rest of life is like, I'm doomed. Today is day 14 of me taking Balance of Nature, and my energy level's through the roof. It took me like 5 years of hearing it on talk radio to actually try it. The difference is night and day.
Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Call or go online now and become a preferred customer, which gives you our best pricing and free shipping. And we will take an additional 35% off of your first order. This will be a limited time offer, so don't wait. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code Chicago.
Looking to secure financing on a new home or refinance your existing mortgage, then you need to do what I did, and that's call David Hochberg and Team Hochberg. Chuck is a Marine veteran. He's heard thousands of Team Hochberg ads, so naturally called him with his VA mortgage questions. Oh, no. Chuck first contacted another radio lender who blew him off because he found out he was credit challenged. So Chuck contacted Team Hochberg, which he should have done in the first place. Team Hochberg introduced Chuck to their credit enhancement expert, Gary Novell, who will help Chuck enhance his credit so Team Hochberg can help him secure a VA loan. Best part, Team Hochberg will issue Chuck a closing cost credit to offset the investment he made in himself to enhance his credit. If you're a veteran and would like to work with a trusted local lender who respects your service and won't blow you off if you're credit challenged, then call Team Hochberg now. 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. Team Hochberg helped me and thousands of AM 560 listeners, but they can't help you if you don't call. 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. Homeside Financial, Equal Housing Lender, Illinois Residential Mortgage Licensee, MB 6761019, NMLS 1124061.
Famous conservative quotes, presented by Automated Systems.
Here's a favorite Churchill quote. If you're not a liberal at 20, you have no heart. If you're not a conservative at 40, you have no brain. Are you listening, millennials?
Manufacturing companies, I encourage you to call my friend Laz Kulchar from Automated Systems. Automated Systems is a software and systems integration company that specializes in companies that are required to meet FDA compliance requirements. Automated Systems will create a custom solution for your business that will make your production lines, facilities, and plants run more efficiently. Imagine less downtime, more speed, and fewer rejects. From Fortune 500 to startup, ASI delivers solutions for your toughest automation challenges. For information, I encourage you to talk to Laz at Automated Systems. Call 844-HIRE-ASI or visit hireasi.com. That's 844-HIRE-ASI, 844-HIRE-ASI, or online at hireasi.com.
If you're self-employed and purchase your own health insurance, I have some good news. From now until December 15th, you cannot be denied coverage based on a pre-existing condition, and depending on your income, you may find a more affordable plan. And this year, thanks to President Trump, if you're healthy and your income is too high to qualify for a subsidy, there is a new and competitive non-Obamacare marketplace where premiums are much lower and the PPO networks include access to our teaching hospitals in Chicago. Employers who provide small group coverage also have new options, and so do seniors looking for Medicare supplement coverage. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Obamacare, then you need a local expert on your side. Your own health insurance mentor. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 20-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for 7 years. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551.
We live in a world driven by information where we hear about data privacy concerns and high-profile data breaches nearly every week. Organizations constantly face new information governance obligations like GDPR and the California Consumer Privacy Act. Take control of your documents and data with Governance Rules as a Service from IDT and Highland on Base. Now, with the help of IDT and Highland on Base, you can achieve both compliance and peace of mind by subscribing to the industry's leading retention, privacy, and data compliance platform, Governance Rules as a Service. It's backed by an international network of law firms across 150-plus jurisdictions and will help your organization adhere to the latest information governance rules from around the world. Automate electronic document management, retention, disposition, and document destruction, and reduce unnecessary exposure to data breaches, avoiding costly fines while saving on information storage costs.
Set up a consultation today. Visit ready4idt.com. That's ready, the number 4, IDT.com. Or call 877-SCAN-IDT. IDT, putting paper in its place.
AM 560, The Answer.
This is 60 Seconds of Sanity with Dan Proft. The timer starts now.
In his 1968 bestseller, The Population Bomb, Stanford professor Paul Ehrlich argued global population would soon produce mass famines and spiking death rates. Ehrlich's predictions were not just spectacularly wrong, they were the basis for autocrats to rationalize some of the 20th century's most murderous acts, like the Chinese Maoists' 35-year reign of forced sterilizations and infanticide under its one-child policy. Fast forward 50 years, and we've got another generation of academics promoting another purge of humans, this time against the backdrop of a 60-foot mural of the 16-year-old activist Greta Thunberg scowling down on us from on high in San Francisco. Talk about Orwellian. Science's zero population growth zealots recently declared the human population, quote, must be stabilized and ideally gradually reduced within a framework that ensures social integrity, unquote. This is a renewed call to save humanity by eliminating humans. Recent history should serve as a very real warning that these fake scientists are genuine ghouls. And that's 60 Seconds of Sanity.
That can only be followed up by 60 Seconds of Crazy.
60 seconds.
Mayhem.
Total madness. This is 60 Seconds of Crazy with Amy J.
Get that cat in there. And speaking of words that start with C, Cookie Monster, remember back in 2015 when they tried to promote healthy eating, Michelle Obama's healthy eating initiative, and they tried to put carrots instead of cookies for the Cookie Monster. Yeah, they tried to.
Now, what starts with the letter C?
Carrots.
Cookie starts with C. Let's think of other things that starts with C.
Conservative.
Who cares about other things? C is for cookie. That's good enough for me.
Kobe White.
C is for cookie.
Crazy.
That's good enough for me. C is for cookie, that's good enough for me. Oh, cookie, cookie, cookie starts with C.
All right.
I'm sort of hungry for cookies now.
Oh, and speaking of bad grouching, remember Chappelle?
Where your parents anyway?
My mommy and daddy are at work.
Oh, yeah? Well, me, I gave up working a long time ago.
Don't give up, Stinky. My dad says if you never give up and work hard, all your dreams will come true.
That's the gayest I ever heard.
What?
I don't believe your pappy. May be rich, but he ain't happy. Tells you about work and you want to be him. But when's the last time you got to see him? He works hard. Why? So you can go out and buy a bunch of that you don't need. Driven by your punk hopes and greed. That's why I say
Stinky, bad grouching. Oscar, good grouching.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Nikki Haley at 8:08.
But now here's Mike Scott.
WIND Chicago News Time. It's 8 o'clock.
This is a Fox News alert. The House impeachment inquiry is about to go public. I'm Dave Anthony. 1 hour from now, it'll be led by Congressman Adam Schiff, head of the House Intelligence Committee, who claims President Trump committed bribery, asking Ukraine to investigate the 2016 election, and Joe Biden, tying it, Schiff tells NPR, to military aid initially withheld.
Soliciting something of value. It doesn't have to be cash. It can be something of value. And clearly, this was something of great value to the president.
But House Republican leader Kevin McCarthy told Fox,
this is a pure Schiff setup. He derives the entire morning, the first 45 minutes is all about him. He controls who can even ask the questions.
The first two to testify, Bill Taylor, the top U.S. diplomat in Ukraine, and George Kent, a Deputy Assistant Secretary of State, who already said in private there was pressure being put on Ukraine.
Jim Jordan, fierce defender of President Trump, was added to this committee for this very purpose in his cross-examination, saying that there was no quid pro quo, that President Zelensky did not feel pressured, and that ultimately aid did go to Ukraine.
Fox's Griff Jenkins at the Capitol. For much of the hearing, President Trump will be too busy to watch, hosting Turkey's leader at the White House, where Fox's John Decker's live.
Today's White House visit by President Erdogan has drawn bipartisan criticism. In fact, 17 House lawmakers sent a letter to the White House urging President Trump to disinvite his Turkish counterpart, citing Turkey's invasion of northern Syria last month and Turkey's purchase of the Russian-made S-400 missile system. The two leaders will likely discuss how to ensure that the ceasefire in northern Syria holds, and also the fate of ISIS fighters detained in Syria. This afternoon, Presidents Trump and Erdogan are expected to take questions during a joint press conference. Dave?
John, another parent will be sentenced today in the college admissions scandal. Toby McFarland paid nearly $500,000 to get his son and daughter into USC, pretending they were star athletes. America's listening to Fox News.
Skies are gray, 14 degrees, with a wind chill of 1 above at 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. An elderly man is dead following a house fire in Bensonville that happened yesterday inside the basement of a tri-level home on Church Road near the White Pines Golf Course. That blaze remains under investigation. Chicago police are investigating a deadly crash on the far south side. A man driving a vehicle this morning lost control and hit an electrical box near 136th and Torrance. A man is suing a Schaumburg hotel after contracting Legionnaire's disease. A lawsuit filed last month claims management at the American by Wyndham Hotel were negligent and allowed unsafe conditions to exist in the swimming pool and hot tub and properly filtering them. The Illinois Senate has passed a bill that would permanently keep the state on daylight saving time. U.S. Congress, however, would ultimately need to step in and exempt Illinois from a 1966 law regulating time, or Congress could change or repeal that law. Bulls beat the Knicks 120-102 at the United Center. College hoops. Notre Dame cruised past Howard 79-50. Northern Illinois lost to Iowa State. Loyola fell to Coppin State. It's 8:03 on AM 560. Time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Visit signaturebank.bank for all of your commercial banking needs. And now the latest from the Fox Business Network.
I'm Deirdre Bolton, and this is the Fox Business Report.
The National Association of Manufacturers was the target of hackers this summer. Reuters says there was a breach of the industry group's computer network, and it's suspected that hackers from China were responsible. The group hired a cybersecurity firm and says the network is now secure. Tesla is revealing plans to make cars in Germany near Berlin. The electric car company is also planning an engineering and design center near the plant. President Trump and Apple CEO Tim Cook are expected to visit Apple's facilities in Texas to see where Apple products are made in the U.S. Reuters says the visit could come as soon as next week. Nike will stop a pilot project with Amazon and will no longer sell its clothing and sneakers directly to Amazon. Nike executives say the relationship did not end the problem of unauthorized sellers. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Ginny Cosola. Invested in you.
It's 8:04 on AM 560. A check of traffic and weather coming up next on AM 560.
Hey, how would you like to have your mortgage or rent paid for an entire year? Would that qualify as a Christmas miracle?
It's a Christmas miracle.
Yeah, you betcha. So it could happen if you enter to win our Christmas Mortgage Miracle contest, presented by AM Woodland Outdoor Design from now through December 20th. But you can only win if you enter. And to do that, go to 560theanswer.com and search for the keyword miracle. That's 560theanswer.com, keyword miracle, to enter for a chance to have your mortgage or rent paid for all of 2020.
Homeowners, there's never been a better time to permanently fix your low water pressure, discolored water, or pipe leaks by repiping your home today. Repipe specialists have been repiping homes for over 25 years. With 40,000 home repipes completed, they stand behind their work. They have perfected the most efficient process for customer convenience, repiping an entire home in just 1 to 2 days, patching your walls, and providing a lifetime guarantee. Repipe Specialists only uses high-quality PEX or USA Grade L copper pipe. And for a limited time, get 20% off and 0% interest. Repipe Specialists, the no-hassle, value-priced, all-inclusive repipe. Call today for your free in-home estimate tailored for your home at 800-216-0130. That's 800-216-0130. 800-216-0130.
Prescription products require an online physician consultation and are only available if the physician determines a prescription is appropriate. Subscription required. See website for full details and important safety information.
Hey guys, good news. The outrageously expensive Little Blue Pill is now generic, which means you can get the prescription medication to treat ED at affordable prices. And Hims makes it extra affordable. And right now, get your first online visit totally free when you go to forhims.com/joy. Sure beats paying for an in-office doctor's appointment, doesn't it? Plus, you won't need to deal with awkward face-to-face conversations to get your prescription. Hims connects you to doctors online who can evaluate you and, if appropriate, prescribe the medication. And a pharmacy sends it right to your door. Hims makes it affordable, private, and incredibly easy. Nobody likes dealing with ED. Now, thanks to Hims, nobody has to. And that's really good news. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, forhims.com/joy. That's forhims.com/joy for your free online visit. forhims.com/joy.
8:07 on AM 560. Time for a dry basement and a healthy home. Time to call Permaseal, 800-421-SEAL, and time to check the roads. Here's Jim Talamonte.
Traffic on the northbound tri-state is tied up from 111th most of the way to Ogden Avenue and from the Reagan Tollway to Lawrence. Southbound it's tied from 137 to 176. On Reagan Tollway delays are 25 to Wheeler. Northbound Veterans Memorial from I-55 to Reagan Tollway. The Army Trail toll to 290. Southbound 53 is heavy. Palatine to Kirchhoff. Eden's 28 minutes. Lake Cook to Junction. Kennedy 52 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Quicker in the express lanes. Eisenhower an hour and 9 minutes. 390 to downtown. 50 minutes from Manheim. Stevenson 55 minutes. 355 to the drive. Ryan 30 minutes from 95th. I-57, Bishop Ford, both 25 minutes. I-80 to the Verge. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560 The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center and Steve Williams.
Today, mostly cloudy. It'll be cold. The high only 28. Clouds and cold. A bit of snow tonight, accumulating up to an inch, low 23. Partly sunny, cold tomorrow, the high 32. Mostly sunny Friday, the high 36. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
14 at O'Hare, 15 Lakeside. Your next news update is at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Get your truly free credit scores and free credit monitoring from Credit Karma today. Download the Credit Karma app now. Credit Karma. Here's to progress.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Former U.S. Ambassador to the UN, Nikki Haley, was on with our friend Sean Hannity the other night. And I thought this was a pretty good riff, an exchange between the two of her on one of the elements of her book that has made a lot of news, and that is this idea that Rexon, that's our name for Rex Tillerson,
Yes.
He's faded in people's memory, I think, but Rexon, former Secretary of State, former Chief of Staff John Kelly, had come to Nikki Haley and wanted to enlist her as supporting their efforts to change the president's mind with respect to certain geopolitical decisions. And Nikki Haley recounted it this way.
I did tell the president, and I did tell the National Security Advisor, H.R. McMaster, and there were others that knew of my concerns in the process. And let's keep in mind, I mean, what I have said is this wasn't that these guys thought this was a rogue president. This was that these guys disagreed with his policy. They disagreed with us getting out of the Paris Climate Agreement. They disagreed with us getting out of the Iran deal. They disagreed with moving the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. So when the president was charting a different course and really giving us a strong hand for America and for our friends, they just thought that he was going in the wrong direction. And so when they sat me down that day, they were attempting to tell me that if I would work with them, they were trying to save America and keep people from dying. But we saw when the embassy moved from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, the sky is still up there. It didn't fall, and we didn't see casualties. What we saw was a courageous moment by the president that many presidents had tried before that was very successful, and it acknowledged a fact, which Jerusalem is the capital of Israel.
See, that's really important, and this has been an underreported piece of this. The actual policies on which Kelly and Rexon disagreed. Think about those, what she just mentioned. Moving the U.S. Embassy in Israel to Tel Aviv, the Iran nuclear deal, and the Marxist climate accord. We got to get into that. We're pleased to be joined by Nikki Haley, former United States Ambassador to the United Nations, of course, former governor of South Carolina as well, author of the just-released book, With All Due Respect, Defending America with Grit and Grace. And she's going to be in town, Naperville, a week from today, November 20th, at North Central College at 7 p.m., where she'll be signing books and giving a talk. And I'm actually emceeing that appearance, so long as she doesn't get too upset with me during this interview. Ambassador Haley, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Amy. Great to be with you.
Good morning. And I hate to be the one to break it to you, but you didn't make Hillary Clinton's Gutsy Women book. So I don't know if you're still reeling from that snub or not.
She just wrote her own book.
I literally was up all night upset about it.
Yeah,
It's been a struggle.
I'm sure. I want to pick up on the comment that you made on Hannity there, the clip that we just played, because it's not just important to know that Kelly and Tillerson were disagreeing and trying to change the president's mind in certain areas. It's important to know what those areas were. And those areas that you described are not just areas with popular support among Trump voters, but areas that he campaigned on very specifically and very demonstratively, and so should have been no surprise to Tillerson or Kelly.
Well, and it's not only that, Dan. I mean, that was just three of the issues. I mean, there were multiple issues that it just, Rex and the president were always headbutting on. But, you know, that's what a National Security Council is for. You know, all of the members of the National Security Team would get into the Situation Room. We would have these debates and discussions with the president. Everyone had a chance to air their grievances. But when you come out of that room, whatever the president decides, it is our job to follow. Every one of us served at the pleasure of the president. Every one of us served the American people who elected this president. And so if there are issues like that, to go and stall something he's trying to do, or to go and try and divert something he's trying to do, I mean, it goes against the Constitution, it goes against the American people, and it was wrong. And there were many times where the president was very frustrated and would send me to do the work because he couldn't get it from the others. And that's why I went to Vienna and went to the IAEA that was inspecting Iran nuclear weapons. It's why, you know, he would have me get up there and give speeches or do certain things because he just couldn't get the others to do it.
And now John Kelly has responded essentially saying, well, like if she's accusing me of putting in processes to make sure that information flowed in an orderly manner to the president so that he had as complete information as possible on a particular topic so he could make as informed a decision as possible, then I plead guilty. My sense is that you're not confused about what Kelly was doing versus what Kelly was saying he was doing.
Well, Dan, with all due respect, I don't get confused. Let's be clear
There
on
you
that.
go. Right.
Having said that, but the thing is, that's what the national security meetings were for, was just that, to have that process. But when we walk out of that room, that is when we are supposed to implement what the president's going to do. And really, in the book, what I talk about is not just those issues, but it's just multiple behind-the-scenes processes of what went on, not only in the White House, but at the UN, and conversations and issues that the president tried to push, but also issues, challenges that had nothing to do with the president. And so, it was a challenging time. I spoke up when I needed to. I pushed hard when I needed to, but it made for just a tough situation all the way around.
Well, do you think Rex Tillerson and John Kelly were trying to form a coup against President Trump?
I don't know that I would go far and say something like that. I mean, in their mind, I think that they were patriots and that they wanted to serve their country. The problem was they just thought they knew better than the president. And, as someone who's been elected as governor, I have a great respect for people who go through the process and are selected by the people to serve. And if I had someone in my cabinet trying to undermine me, it would be terribly difficult. And so I felt bad for the president because we saw this happening. Multiple of us were trying to stop it and push through anyway. But there were often times that Rex was at odds with the president that put me in the middle, and I typically agreed with the president on most things. And so I don't know, I wouldn't call it a coup as much as when they sat me down, it was a shocking attempt to say, look, we're trying to save the country. We need you to help us do that. This is a situation where, we don't think the president knows what's best. And, it's just offensive.
Is part of this President Trump's fault in this sense? These are personnel choices that he made. And if you want to drain the swamp, if you want to be, at least in part, a bit of a political revolutionary in terms of culture change inside the Beltway, then picking Fortune 100 CEOs and career military officers probably aren't the best sources for your political revolutionary types.
Well, I actually appointed quite a few military officers when I was governor to serve under cabinets, and they make great leaders. I mean, they realize there's a job to do. They typically go and do it, no questions asked. This was an unusual situation. John Kelly is a patriot. I mean, he served, his son served,
yes,
and I have great respect for him for that. Rex Tillerson was, great in the corporate world, and I was excited when I heard he was named. I think when you put business people in those types of positions, typically they do well. The problem is when you have egos get in the way. Doesn't matter what your background is. When you look in the mirror every day and say, "Oh, I should be president," there's a problem, and and that happens. And so, and to the president's defense, and I say this only as a governor who appointed cabinet members, you hire who you think is going to do the best job, but at the end of the day, you just don't know until they're in it. There's no way to know exactly what's going to happen. And so I think a lot of us held out hope. There were times where Rex and Kelly did a good job, but there were a lot of times where they just didn't appreciate what the president was doing.
Now, yesterday, GOP strategist Steve Schmidt was on CNN, and he talked about how you are likely going to replace Vice President Mike Pence at some point before the 2020 presidential election. What is your response to that?
Amy, that's just not true. I mean, I've said this in every way I possibly know. Mike Pence has been a loyal soldier to the president. They are strong together. I believe they're going to win together. That's just not the case. And, you know, Mike just went and got their team on the ballot, I think, recently in New Hampshire. And so I think that, you know, we've got a team that has served strong and served well. And my hope is that they continue to serve. And I don't anticipate anything to be other than that. I think the problem that you're seeing and what I've finally come to realize is when I speak up, I've always tried to speak up for truth. I don't think about who's going to like it, who's not going to like it. I just try and speak from my gut. And I think there's some people who don't like what I'm saying, so they're assuming there is an alternate reason for that. And it's not. It's the fact that when I was writing this book, I didn't want it to be a political book. I didn't want it to be a policy book. I wanted it to be a personal book that referred to politics and policy in it. And that meant, you know, telling everything so that the reader would know exactly what it was like to be in the White House, to be at the UN, to be governor, to have a family, to be a woman in those areas. I tried to give every perspective, and I think when people sometimes don't like what they read, they try and find excuses for it.
Before we let you go, fresh off Sean Spicer's long run on Dancing with the Stars, is that in your future? I'm more interested in that than the presidency. No?
Have they approached you yet?
Not yet?
No, I love what Sean has done. It was so fun to watch him have fun. And, you know, it was good for him. It was good for him on a lot of different levels, but what great spirit he had in it. And but no, you can rest assured there is no way I would do that, and my children would kill me if I ever thought about it.
She is Nikki Haley, former U.S. ambassador to the UN, former governor of South Carolina. The book, With All Due Respect, she's coming to town a week from today, 7 p.m., North Central College for a talk and a book signing. And we look forward to having you in town. Ambassador Haley, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Look forward to seeing you, Dan. Take care.
Take care.
Right, bye-bye. And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Hi, it's Mark Olson.
And Greg Olson.
The boys from Crumweedy Home Pros.
Call Crumweedy! Yep, that's us.
Listen, we know it was a horrible winter,
followed by a horrible spring.
You may have held off thinking about getting your project done with the crazy weather we've had, but we want you to know we prepared for that.
Our pros are ready to work overtime if needed to get your project done before the next horrible winter.
No, not another rough winter. This past one was bad enough.
Call us today, and we'll get it done right, and we'll get it done now.
Call Crumweedy!
Whoa, guys, don't forget, we offer 12 months, same as cash. Now, go ahead, carry on.
Roofs, gutters, windows, and siding.
You know you can trust Crumweedy to do a great job and give you a fair price.
630-595-8020.
And watch out for the door-to-door fly-by-night guys. Here today, gone forever. You deserve better.
Call us now for special offers on roofs, windows, siding, and gutters.
Call Crumweedy!
630-595-8020.
Crumweedy Home Pros. We're ready.
Hey, get in shape for the holidays. Feel better, feel stronger, boost your immune system, have a higher energy level. You can do that by taking Balance of Nature because, admit it, we are not getting enough fruits and veggies in our diet. Why buy all that produce that really just sits there in your refrigerator and rots? You have to throw it out anyway. With Balance of Nature, taking 6 capsules, you're getting 10 servings of 31 different fruits and veggies. There's no dyes or preservatives. And you hear stories right here on this station about how people's lives have changed by taking Balance of Nature. Well, guess what? The next story could be yours. But you've got to order Balance of Nature today. Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Balance of Nature is now offering a 35% discount, free shipping. But this offer may end at any time, so do not wait. Start Dr. Howard's Health Challenge now by calling 800-246-8751. That's 800-246-8751. Use discount code Chicago, or go to balanceofnature.com. Discount code Chicago.
You've heard Remke's Garage commercials on AM 560, and now they specialize in servicing Sprinters and light-duty diesels. But the experts at Remke's also service Isuzu and Chevy low-cab forward trucks. So if you own an Isuzu or Chevy low-cab forward truck but aren't sure where to get it repaired, take it to Remke's Garage, your #1 dealer alternative for repairs to your Isuzu NPR, Isuzu F-Series, or Chevy low-cab forward truck. Whether gas or diesel, your truck is the lifeline of your business. That's why Remke's Garage offers free loaners while your truck is being serviced. They'll even pick up and deliver for your convenience. Remke's Garage has the factory scan tool to properly diagnose Isuzu and Chevy low-cab forward trucks. Their commitment to your business is backed with a complimentary maintenance plan and free 2-year warranty. Go to remkesgarage.com to learn more about their specialization in Isuzu and Chevy low-cab forward trucks and schedule your appointment today. That's Remkes, REMKES, garage.com.
Ooh, breaking news. George Kent arrives for the impeachment hearing. Ooh.
He's just as
He's in the building.
just as dashing in person.
Yes, and he's going to sit
as he
next
was behind closed doors.
He's going to sit next to Bill Taylor together. It's going to be great.
The bow tie was a bad choice.
Oh, but yeah, I don't like the color scheme. Hey, doors, windows sticking, uneven floors, cracks in your drywall. Well, maybe you have some foundation issues. Many homeowners across Chicagoland and Northwest Indiana are experiencing the symptoms of structural issues. Are you aware that these indicators can be signs of damage to your home's foundation? All too often, homeowners pay an expensive consultation fee just to determine the problem. Well, don't be one of them. Call Permaseal today, 800-421-SEAL. A certified structural consultant will thoroughly evaluate your foundation and offer you a free solution at absolutely no charge. For over 40 years, Permaseal has been committed to providing quality, proven products, and the superior customer service that you deserve. When the work is done, you'll have a transferable warranty along with priceless peace of mind. You know who to call. Permaseal, 800-421-SEAL. That's 800-421-7325, or go to permaseal.net.
Famous conservative quotes presented by Automated Systems.
Here's a Winston Churchill quote that rings truer than ever. There is nothing government can give you that it hasn't taken from you in the first place. That pretty much sums up the case for smaller government.
Manufacturing companies, I encourage you to call my friend Laz Kulchar from Automated Systems. Automated Systems is a software and systems integration company that specializes in companies that are required to meet FDA compliance requirements. Automated Systems will create a custom solution for your business that will make your production lines, facilities, and plants run more efficiently. Imagine less downtime, more speed, and fewer rejects. From Fortune 500 to startup, ASI delivers solutions for your toughest automation challenges. For information, I encourage you to talk to Laz at Automated Systems. Call 844-HIRE-ASI or visit hireasi.com. That's 844 HIREASI, 844-HIRE-ASI, or online at hireasi.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
Oh.
Dan and Amy and...
Getting ready. They're setting the table there for the first public impeachment hearing.
I think we should talk to our corporate overlords about broadcasting live from outside the hearing room.
Why?
And we could do like a Melissa and Joan Rivers just commenting on all the people walking down the runway. Because, I mean, that's what this is, right? This is impeachment. This is an impeachment play.
Right.
So, you know, who are you wearing?
Why did you choose such and such designer? Were you able to sleep last night?
Meet the significant others. Do some
Right.
quick interviews as they enter the hearing room. Adam Schiff, how are you feeling today? You know, kind of
What
one of
did you
those.
choose
A lot
to
of
wear
the
and
saccharine
why?
questions that the celebrity press corps asks.
It's a big day, and if they can't sell what they're selling, it's gonna flop.
Mm-hmm.
But let's just talk the truth, huh?
Wanted to get to this too. This is sort of fun. This is a piece of PJ Media by Stephen Cruiser. I'm not one of those who worry about the fate of the planet. The old girl is just fine. However, the cult of Greta Thunberg is beginning to make me hope they might be right. In fact, I'm kind of hoping that their predictions are too conservative and that I may be soon put out of their misery. That's, of course, tongue-in-cheek, talking about Veruca Salt there, Greta. But one thing he says that is really on point, I haven't quite thought about it this way, but he puts it nicely. When the left promotes someone to deify, they immediately make it creepy. the veneration of Barack Obama would be the most prime example of that. Yeah, the iconography around Greta is Obama-esque, isn't it?
Yeah. She even did meet with Obama, too, on her 3-month tour here in the States.
And, it's one thing. It's one thing for someone to believe they're their own, to believe they're God, like, I don't know.
The second coming, like Obama.
Like Mike Bloomberg.
Or Mike Bloomberg.
It's Obama, though, too. Right? What was Obama's? Mike Bloomberg, I'm if there is a heaven, I'm definitely going straight in.
And don't try to interview me on the way.
Barack Obama, his definition of sin. Remember Barack Obama's definition of sin?
No, remind me.
Something that is at odds with my values.
That's
my
a
values.
sin? So
Barack Obama is God, just as Bloomberg is holding out the possibility that he may be the supreme being. And the latest deification, so self-deification is one thing. It's when other people deify another human being as godlike.
Well, that's what the American people are doing, elevating Greta Thunberg to a godlike creature.
Arnold Schwarzenegger calling Greta Thunberg his hero.
I mean, this is ridiculous.
But
Go back to school.
But there was an excited utterance from one of the dumbest members of Congress, and there's stiff competition for this, perhaps the dumbest senator.
Yes.
Mazie Hirono, Democrat from Hawaii.
Oh, gosh.
She had this to say at a DACA brunch about climate change. Listen closely.
These are times that call for us to do those things that we believe in and to march, and not just to march, because that's important to show solidarity, but then to do those things such as voter registration, get people out to vote, so that we can have people here who truly are committed to human rights, environmental rights, climate change, believe in climate change as though it's a religion, it's not a science, and all of the things that remains to be done, and there is a lot. This is a very divided country, and these are not normal times.
Indeed, they're not normal times. Believe in climate change as though it were a religion. Then she says parenthetically, it's not a science, and goes on. Well, if it's science, then why would we have to believe in it as a religion? So climate change, again, this is like the deep state finally admitting that there's a deep state, but we should just be thankful for it. Now we have Mazie Hirono finally admitting that climate hysteria is a religion, is a cult, but it's some science too, and so, but just treat it like a religion. Don't worry about the numbers. Don't worry about the science. Don't worry about the models. Don't worry about the predictions. Treat it like a religion. Take it on faith, and Greta's your God.
Well, that godly-like creature, Greta Thunberg, is off American soil. She's on a boat, headed back home, and 2 YouTubers from Australia heard her cry for help because she didn't want to take an airplane, because of carbon footprints. So she's on a boat with this couple from Australia, their 11-month-old son, and a professional sailor. Good luck. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
We're going to talk to Tom Homan, former acting director of ICE, about its continued existence of the Democrats in the Oval Office in 2021, and also about his interest in possibly challenging one former Democrat Socialist presidential candidate, Kristen Gillibrand, for U.S. Senate in 2020. Tom Homan at 8:38.
And later, Keith didn't do it. We'll explain. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Skies are cloudy, 14 degrees at 8:31. The House impeachment inquiry into President Trump, led by Democrats, begins soon. The House Intelligence Committee will hold the first public hearing on the ongoing investigation. Tensions very high this morning in the Middle East. Correspondent Bill Zimfer reports that the death toll is rising.
At least 20 people are now reported dead after dozens of airstrikes by Israel into Gaza and hundreds of rockets and mortar rounds coming from Gaza into Israel. Both sides say they will continue to retaliate after one of Israel's airstrikes killed the leader of the Islamic Jihad movement in Gaza.
A new report suggesting vaping may be even worse for your heart than cigarettes. The report says vaping can raise certain cholesterol levels that may be really bad for your heart. More details are set to be presented at an upcoming American Heart Association meeting. New data from the FBI shows hate crimes dropped slightly in 2018. Hate crime statistics report shows 7,120 incidents reported to the agency last year. That's a drop of over 50 from 2017. An elderly man is dead following a house fire in Bensonville. The blaze broke out yesterday in the basement of a tri-level home along Church Road near the White Pines Golf Course. That blaze remains under investigation. And an 11-year-old boy is in critical condition following a blaze on the south side. It happened last night in the bedroom of a home near 54th and Hermitage. Kobe Whitehead, 27, a franchise record 7 threes in the final quarter. Bulls beat the Knicks 120-102 at the UC. The news service of Staples. Staples gives your business more for less. It's where you find the best printers at a great price. Right now, get up to $200 off the HP LaserJet Pro 400 series. Staples, for your business tech and beyond. In-store only, ends 11/16/19. See staples.com/HP 400 series for details. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher sees a major victory for our country and the president.
Biggest foreign policy achievement in the Trump administration, arguably. Big day, right? Huge day for the president of the United States and for this country, most of all. Number one terrorist in the world, taken out by our Army Special Forces.
The Mike Gallagher Show. Weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
Want your home's furnace to stay safe and reliable? And want to prevent any potential problems before they happen? At your local 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning, we recommend an annual furnace inspection and tune-up. Right now, get big savings on a furnace tune-up. Call 855-1-HOUR. Because not taking care of your furnace, that's just cold.
Your comfort is just a call away. Call 1 Hour.
Terms and conditions may apply. Call for details. Independently owned and operated. Licensed in the respective state or county.
It starts with the action on the court, moves to the crowd, and is described by the broadcasters and transmitted to you. The energy, passion, and excitement will make you shout out loud. Let them hear you. It starts right here on the Husky Sports Network.
It's the Huskies against the Coppin State Eagles. Friday night at 6 in IU basketball. Right here on AM 560. The Answer.
If you maintain an industrial plant, you know your dust collection systems are a vital part of the operation of your plant. Without them, things can get dusty quick. And when your dust collection system malfunctions, the downtime can cost your plant money. Time to call the professionals at Vans Industrial for help.
Hi, I'm Dave Van Camp, owner of Vans Industrial. At Vans, we work with many different types and sizes of dust collectors, from 1,000 CFM to 100,000 CFM. If your system needs housing repair, tube sheet, pulse valves, ductwork, or collection hoods, give us a call. Schedule an inspection today to keep things running smoothly and avoid costly downtime. And when you're ready for a new dust collector, we can design your system from the collection hoods to the stack for plants of all size applications.
Vans uses only the best and safest union-trained mechanics, insured at the highest level, to perform the job right. Call 833-VANS-IND. That's 833-VANS-IND. Or on the web at vansindustrial.com. A lost dog, not a lost cause. Read Catching Murphy, the latest book from the Associated Press, available now exclusively at Amazon.com.
8:36 AM 560 Traffic Center time, and Jim Telemonte.
Traffic is heavy. North Avenue to the Tri-State and Manheim most of the way in. It is an hour and 9 minutes from 390 to downtown. 50 minutes from Manheim. Outbound 49 minutes to 390. Edens 24 minutes Lake Cook Junction. Outbound 28. Kennedy 50 minutes O'Hare to downtown. 30 from Montrose. A little heavier now in the Express. Stevenson from 355 to Lakeshore Drive is 55 minutes. To Ryan 30 minutes 95 to downtown. I-57 Bishop Ford both 20 minutes siding to Merge. Northbound Tri-State is bottled up 111th most of the way to Ogden from the Reagan Tollway to Lawrence and Willow to Lake Cook. But Adams Tollway is jammed from Bussy to Toohey, Reagan Tollway 355 to Highland. I'm Jim Telemonte.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the 1 Hour Heating and Air Conditioning Weather Center. Cloudy, very cold, high of 28. Snow overnight up to an inch, low 23. Currently 15 at O'Hare, 16 Lakeside. Your next news update is at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by On Target Radio. From firearms and Second Amendment rights to personal freedoms and government intrusions. Listen here Sunday nights at 9.
Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues now. And make sure to stay tuned to catch me, Mike Gallagher, coming up at 9, only on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, day 2 of the Daily Northwestern story. The story that barely was, the story they regret was, the Daily Northwestern covering Jeff Sessions' appearance on campus a couple of weeks ago, and then issuing an apology, the editorial staff of the Daily Northwestern on campus, issuing an apology for covering Jeff Sessions giving a speech at Northwestern, for identifying any of the various protesters who protested and catcalled during Sessions' appearance, and apologizing for seeking student reaction, and apologizing for
taking their pictures,
for covering an event that made some people uncomfortable because they just don't like Jeff Sessions and they oppose the positions that he has and issues. They oppose the things he did as Attorney General. That's the state of journalism at what is supposed to be a revered university that has allegedly one of the best journalism programs in America.
And here's one of the issues. Jeff Sessions knew that the protesters were there. You can hear them banging on the door outside the venue.
Well, there's a little excitement out there. It's carrying on their free speech rights in America.
Yeah. And the students yesterday were so appreciative that the newspaper editors apologized for just covering a basic news event.
The nature of journalism is such sometimes, and it will offend people from time to time. So I feel that the way that they went about it, perhaps it was warranting an apology.
I thought it was good that they apologized. I'm like a student, so I can relate with students not wanting to, portray themselves in the wrong way.
Yeah, that's your best and brightest there.
Oh, there's one more.
These are all student reporters, and they're learning and they're making mistakes.
It's not a mistake. That's the thing, though. They didn't make a mistake. They went to cover an event in a public place where there were protesters, and they took pictures of the protesters, and some of them they called to be interviewed. And that's a traumatizing for the students.
The editor-in-chief of the Daily Northwestern is already a contributor to the Sun-Times, of course. What's the difference? Just location of the news outlets. They're both communist rags. And that's one thing, though. The kids on campus, and they are kids, not by their age, by their behavior, and the intellectual heft of the positions they're taking. That's one thing. How about the dean of the Medill School of Journalism, Charles Whitaker? He issued this long statement, and there's the development of the story, day 2. This long statement addressing all the various stakeholder groups, because everybody has to receive palliative rhetoric from the dean of the Medill School, because he's going to bring the community together through the power of his prose, is he? To the swarm of alums and journalists outraged by the daily editorial and have been equally rancorous in their condemnation of our students on social media, I say, give the young people a break. I know you feel that you were made of sterner stuff and would have the fortitude and courage of your conviction to fend off the campus critics. But you are not living with them through this firestorm, facing the brutal onslaught of venom and hostility that has been directed their way on weaponized social media. Don't make judgments about them or their mettle until you've walked in their shoes. What they need at this moment is our support and the encouragement to stay the course. Now, he suggested there was nothing wrong with them covering the event, but wow, what a courageous stand for the Fourth Estate that is. But how about that? Give them a break. Is that what the Daily Northwestern students deserve? They deserve a break. Leave them alone. Encourage them to be as good as they are, and maybe even better, if that's possible even. Could they be better? Who knows? They're so good now. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. 64636-DA, turnkey.pro text line. Give the young people a break. You think you're made of sterner stuff, and you'd withstand the onslaught, but you're wrong. Or you don't know because you haven't walked a mile in their shoes.
Oh, please.
Let me ask a question. The onslaught that they're facing, what's the source of it? How did Northwestern become a place where the best and brightest cannot endure without being traumatized a politician coming to campus to speak with whom they disagree, without descending into Lords of the Flies? Where did that come from? Chuck Whitaker, Dean Whitaker. You're not living through these times. Who's responsible for these times? I was at Northwestern 25 years ago. I know what the campus was like then. So, yeah, has it become even less sane, even more self-indulgent? Yeah. More censorious? Sure it has. Was it then? Yes, it was. I know because I ran a conservative speakers bureau there because I was part of a group that founded a conservative independent alternative to the Daily Northwestern. And boy, could they use one now. I don't know if it would even be allowed to exist, at least with the Northwestern name. Lest anybody be offended, then that outlet needs to be shuttered, and anybody be offended by a word spoken, that person needs to be silenced. Anybody be offended by the written word, that person needs to be censored.
And it happens all. I mean, these misguided college students.
They're not misguided.
No, they need to learn that journalists don't apologize for doing their jobs. Otherwise, they shouldn't be journalists. Find another profession.
They're not misguided. They're guided, actually. Where does it come from? Did they just learn this on their own? They started this, the editorial staff of the Daily Northwestern? Where does it come from? It just appeared out of whole cloth and decided to find itself in Evanston. Generations of this. I'm describing what was the case 25 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And generations not just of coddling. It's more than the coddling of the American mind, Jonathan Haidt. It is the directing of it, the gaslighting of it. This is the product of administrators and academicians who are just like these students. They were just the 2.0 version 25 years ago, and 30 years ago, and 40 years ago. Now we're at 3.0. Take it all the way back to the Frankfurt School in the 20s for your 1.0. And all of this, and by the way, Jake Tapper pulling a piece of the statement. Jake Tapper, a celebrated journalist. And sometimes Tapper's are right, but he's been poisoned by the Beltway press culture too. He takes the phrase out of Whitaker's statement about bullying. Oh, these people bullied, and this is so terrible. The journalists were bullied. No. That's not the problem here. The problem, yes, the problem in a sense is you have these anti-intellectual thugs roaming around thinking they can shout anybody down. The actual problem is cowardice. That's the real problem, culture-wide. And including in the big government press corps, but not limited to it. Steve on the South Side, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just want to make two comments. Number one, since when are protesters covered by the Whistleblower Act? They can go out there and disrupt and protest, but yet they want anonymity about their protests?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's my first comment.
Yeah.
And the second comment is about the schools. All these schools are doing is ripping the spines out of journalists. Once they rip their spines out, okay, now you can go out into the world, don't make any waves, don't upset anybody, don't do anything that'll rock the boat.
No, that's not quite it. Thanks for the call, Steve. No. Rock the right boats and protect the right boats. Provide safe ports for the right boats. Rock the right boats and sink the right boats and provide safe ports for the other boats. Weinstein, Epstein, other sacred cows. Andy in Hinsdale.
So it's hard to imagine what the future of professional journalism is with these students being taught by these schools. It's so bad right now. I mean, this Steve Chapman and Rex Hupke write the same column for the last 3 years in one of the nation's biggest newspapers, the Tribune. Who even reads this stuff anymore? And what are these newspapers going to look like when these students are manning the typewriters or the word processors? It's mind-boggling.
Thanks for the call, Andy. Well, yeah, and what's going to happen to some of these outlets that are so celebrated? A good piece of Medium.com, Deadspin, Splinter, Think Progress are gone. Now, again, this is from a left perspective. The mainstream media is hopelessly neutral. Who's left to check capitalism? But it's interesting to get this perspective from the left promoting leftist storytellers in what are supposed to be, investigative, journalistic outlets that are disappearing for lack of interest and lack of financing. Tucker Carlson picked this up last night on his show with our friend Jason Riley. Carlson first talking about a little bit of historical context, which is nice because that's important in this discussion. It didn't just happen 2 weeks ago at Northwestern out of the blue.
And so for generations, there was bipartisan consensus about this. In fact, liberals were among the most stalwart defenders of the First Amendment, and good for them. But then the left took control of this country's institutions. Liberals became the establishment they had once opposed. And suddenly, free speech seemed like a challenge to the highly profitable existing order, the one they were getting so rich from.
And then he took on Northwestern specifically.
On campuses, many students aren't waiting for Congress to act. They've decided to impose censorship right now. Watch, for example, kids at the purportedly impressive Northwestern University try to ban Jeff Sessions from speaking out loud.
No justice, no peace. Apologize, CE. No justice, no peace. Apologize, CE. No justice, no peace. Apologize, CE. Jesus Christ! What the f***?
Yeah, that's Northwestern. It's funny, if you're a middle-aged parent and you're at dinner parties with other middle-aged parents and they're talking about bragging, really, about what schools their kids get into. Oh, well, he got into, Cody got into Northwestern. It's really the Harvard of the Middle West. And you think, it's probably pretty impressive, right? No, that's actually what it looks like. It's not impressive at all. It's pathetic. Northwestern, by the way, is home to what they claim is a prestigious journalism school. And yet the student newspaper there apologized for daring to cover the Jeff Sessions event. The newspaper did. Quote, "Nothing is more important than ensuring that our fellow students feel safe," the editors later explained, as if reporting was somehow a threat to student safety.
Tweet from an NU grad. I used to think I would send my kids there, but not anymore. CAS 96.
Well, the Daily Northwestern needs to shut down because now every story they do, no one's going to know if they're getting the real story or if they're going to do it with the auspice of, I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings. So it should just fold. It should close. And the editors on that, it's ridiculous that they apologize. They need to be fired too, but they can go back to their other jobs at the Sun-Times, right?
I love that democracy dies in the darkness. The Washington Post motto is just so much of a punchline for the press corps these days. The way that we just want to make the world a better place is a punchline in Silicon Valley. These are punchlines. And you know what else is a punchline? Northwestern's motto, quod cum se sunt vera, whatsoever things are true. Hilarious.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruit and veggie capsules contain 100% fine-ripened fruits and vegetables, tested pure with no pesticides, fillers, or additives of any kind, and are the most effective whole food supplements on the market today. Fruits and vegetables are on an average 85% water. Balance of Nature uses cold vacuum technology to remove the water, leaving only the whole food. We don't use any heat, air, or light drying methods that damage nutrients. Our cold vacuum technology maintains 99% of the fresh fruits and vegetables' original nutritional value. Experience the Balance of Nature difference for yourself. Call or go online now and become a preferred customer, which gives you our best pricing and free shipping. And we will take an additional 35% off of your first order. This will be a limited time offer, so don't wait. Call 800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code Chicago.
Hey, if you own a business and are planning for 2020, listen up. There's a big change coming to Windows that will directly impact your networking system. Windows 7 is expiring in mid-January, and Microsoft will stop releasing updates and patches for this version. Now, without those updates, your network security will be compromised. Windows 10 is a required operating system to keep your network secure, and Turnkey IT can help you keep your business, employee, and customer information safe with a free security audit that's normally valued at $600. They'll even recommend a complete strategy that offers protection for your company's data and network. So let the pros at Turnkey IT help you start the year out right with the ultimate security protection and a network upgrade. You've heard the Turnkey IT name for a long time here on AM 560, and they're just like you, a locally owned business that understands the needs of other local businesses. In fact, Turnkey IT specializes in working with businesses that employ 5 to 200 employees. Leave the technical stuff to the pros so you can focus on what's important. Visit turnkey.pro today. That's turnkey.pro.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Rick Blavelone, second-generation owner and CEO of Marketing Innovators and a customer of Signature Bank. Our family-run company was founded on the belief that connecting to people on a human level is the best way to build a great business. And when we were looking for a new bank, we didn't have to look far. We shared an office building with Signature Bank in Rosemont and quickly saw that they were truly locally owned and operated. That's why we partnered with Signature. And that relationship makes every business decision better and every communication clearer. Marketing Innovators looks forward to a long-lasting relationship with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. To learn more about turning your business vision into reality, visit signaturebank.bank. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Attention. If you're in debt to the IRS and frustrated with your options, for a limited time you can call and quickly check your eligibility for the Fresh Start programs offered by the IRS to reduce or even eliminate your tax problem. Through this special toll-free hotline number, you can find out in minutes if you qualify for these powerful new debt reduction programs greenlighted by the IRS for 2019. If you have unfiled tax returns, under audit, have a wage or bank levy, or just want to know your options, business or personal, Republic Tax Relief's A-plus rated tax relief system has helped thousands stop IRS collections immediately and saved millions in tax debt. These relief programs will not last forever. Call their hotline number now, 800-606-8489. That's 800-606-8489. Check your eligibility for tax debt savings today. Call 800-606-8489. That's 800-606-8489.
Dan Proft here. Gentlemen, November is Men's Health Month, a reminder to take care of your health. So Low T Center is now offering a $49 comprehensive health assessment and a $49 home sleep assessment to determine if you have sleep apnea. Low T Center's health assessment provides a complete screening, checking all your levels, including your prostate, cholesterol, testosterone, and more. Low T Center is not like a typical doctor's office where you have a long wait. They're concierge medicine exclusively for men. Guys, make sure you make your health a priority. Low T Center will make it quick and easy. This November, be sure to schedule your $49 health assessment and $49 home sleep test. If you're a man over 30, do yourself a favor and schedule your health assessment at Low T Center today. It's covered by most health insurance, and my friends at Low T Center will verify that insurance for you. November is Men's Health Month. Call today to schedule your appointment and tell them Dan Proft sent you when you do. 630-451-9352 is the number. 630-451-9352. You can also schedule online by visiting lowtcenter.com. That's lowtcenter.com. Low T Center, reinventing men's health care.
My name is David Hochberg. Meet Joyce, recently divorced and credit challenged because her ex-husband's inability to pay bills on time. Joyce contacted Team Hochberg for a mortgage using only the court-awarded child support and alimony because she worked side jobs for cash and didn't have any verifiable income. FHA allows borrowers to use alimony and child support as income as long as it's been received for at least 3 months and will continue for at least 3 years after the loan closes. Joyce met both of these requirements, and Team Hochberg helped to secure a mortgage for her and her 3 kids. I've been divorced and know how stressful it can be. So if you're seeking a mortgage after a divorce, call Team Hochberg, your honest local lender who will always look out for your financial best interest, now at 855-56-DAVID. That's 855-563-2843, or visit 56david.com. Team Hochberg has helped thousands of AM 560 listeners, but we can't help if you don't call 855-56-DAVID or visit 56david.com. Homeside Financial Equal Housing Lender, NMLS 1124061.
AM 560, The Answer.
Real quick, I owe an apology to Keith Conrad. I accused him of taking away decorations here in the studio, and he didn't do it. Guess who did it? It was Mike Scott. No, I'm kidding. It was George Hoffman. He came in here. He thought one of the weekend shows had a party and left some confetti. So my apologies to Keith Conrad.
Important exoneration. He can
Yes.
be released from AM 560 jail now.
Thanks so much for making us part of your morning. Thanks to Quinn McCarthy, who is, what is he today? Just an all-around good guy?
Well, I don't know if I go that far. You know what he is?
What? Oh, grouchy.
Good grouch. Good grouch, not bad grouch.
But good grouch.
Sean from Elmwood Park, bad grouch. Quinn, good grouch.
Now let's go into the newsroom. Here he is, Mike Scott.
A Chicago man who already served time for murder facing retrial. Kobe White, 27 in the Bulls win over the Knicks. WIND Chicago News Time is 9 o'clock.
This is a Fox News alert. The first public hearing